Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jen. Good afternoon. It is 3:38. Yes, 3:38. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We'll have a roll call vote here, please.
Here, Kathy Toasty here.
Thank you.
Cheryl Rios here.
Jan Rist here.
And Kim O'Connor, I'm here, and Liz will be here shortly. Okay, any public comments for closed session that anybody knows about or can see?
No, I don't see any.
Okay, so I would like to have a motion to convene to closed session.
I make a motion that we convene to closed session. Second.
Alrighty, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Grist?
I
And I'm an aye as well. We move to closed session and it is 3:39. It's still 3:39? Okay. Alrighty, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And it is 6:02 p.m. Today is December the 9th, 2025. This is the meeting of the Hollister School District Board of Trustees. And I'd like to ask us to please stand for the flag salute. Ready, salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're moving on to agenda item 7, which is our annual organization meeting of the Board of Trustees. And it is my opportunity to no longer be the president. And I'm going to give my chair to Jan.
Okay.
Just Trustee Grist, and I'm going to take Miss Toasty's chair.
You can't take the whacker.
But I like it.
It's my whacker, you know?
Oh, yeah, we have two yet.
Oh,
We don't know because we don't have a vacancy.
Oh, yeah.
yet.
I forgot. See, I've never done this before. All right, so we need to have somebody nominate the new clerk.
I will nominate Elizabeth Martinez as the new clerk. I will second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
So we have to find out if you.
Oh, did you accept the nomination?
I don't know if I could.
Yeah.
So we got a Trustee Toasty.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Can you edit this, please?
She's so excited about leaving the
She's taking the clicker or dunker or whatever.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
And Trustee Martinez, you cannot vote.
Trustee Grist? Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries.
Okay.
Now maybe move.
Now we can do.
Before you move, however, we have some things for you on behalf of the district. We want to recognize our president, Kim O'Connor, for her service
Thank you.
from last December to this December. And here's a little gift and a poinsettia for you.
Thank you.
Yes. So we could put it
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And then for Jan, thank you for your service as board clerk from last December to this December. And we have a gift and a poinsettia for you as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
You can put them away if you'd like, and then you can pick them up at the end of the board meeting.
Just don't let me forget.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
Now we can switch chairs.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
She's like, get me out of here. Don't forget your watch.
Okay.
Okay. We don't have any up on the screen.
We do have two positions. We have to,
Okay.
we also have to approve
The board trustee meeting calendar.
but we also have,
The committee members.
yes, we recognize you as our secretary as
Right,
well.
right, 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 right. I'll put that there. Okay, it says here that we are
Approval of the Board of Trustees meeting calendar. Is that on the screen someplace? No?
No.
Okay.
So we have the draft calendar attached to the board agenda.
And we're not gonna show it to everybody, or no?
We don't have to, but we can if you would like.
Yeah, I would prefer that, and I cannot see the screen.
So
Is there some
you would
reason?
see, if you would look here, there goes to it.
Yeah, this, I can't see either, and that's too far away. Thank you.
Turn the letter.
Okay.
So let me pull the calendar and send it to Brandon.
Well, it has a link. Here's our calendar. I need a motion to approve of this calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the Board of Trustee meeting calendar for 2026.
I'll second.
Okay. Trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
Trustee
Toasty.
Toasty,
Aye.
Trustee Rios,
Aye.
Trustee Martinez,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so 5-0. Now we're on the election of committee members. We have 2 committees that we are privy to, which is the Intergovernmental Council, and what's the second one?
Representative to the County Committee on School District Organization.
Right, and unfortunately, the Intergovernmental Council has not been meeting very often, which we really need representation for, and hopefully we can get that committee going again. We are ex officio members, meaning we don't have voting rights, but it's important for the schools to be represented. Do we have anybody that would like to volunteer for that? It's usually Wednesdays,
They hold them quarterly at this point.
quarterly now, not monthly. Wow.
Well, I'll volunteer if nobody
Okay.
else has a
That would be
burning
wonderful.
desire.
Okay.
Maybe they'll have one this year.
And the other one is,
The representative to the County Committee on School District Organization.
right, and I don't think they've ever met.
No.
Then I'll be on it.
Okay. Good call. All right. Now we're at the community and student staff recognition. And I think Arlo Hardin is up.
Principal Espinosa, Principal Vallejo.
Yes, we have 2 wonderful, wonderful people here.
So we are super excited to have this opportunity to just recognize and show off our staff. And we are very fortunate to have a beautiful staff, and it's everybody from the moment you step on the campus and walk into every single classroom. It's, I think, important to all of us that you feel welcome and valued and a part of our team. And so that all starts right in our office. And so they hold such a high standard for what it is that we're walking into. And so I'm not the first one into the office. It's usually Gabriela. But then after her, everybody else trickles in. And they establish such an important vibe to the school. And so
because it's so important, I wanted to take this opportunity to show them off in front of all of you. And so, because I really think that not only do they represent our school, but they represent you as a board and us as a district. And so, so I really want to be able to acknowledge the work that they do and the time that they take to support students and our staff. And so, first of all, Alicia Alvarado, who she is our office manager, she's not here. She actually lives out of town, and so today she was out. So I'll tell you a little bit about her. She juggles a whole lot. Everything from our school calendar to substitute coverage, timesheets, scheduling, attendance, and addressing student needs. She really wears many hats, and truly our school functions seamlessly because of what she brings to the table. And so even though sometimes it is chaotic and we are feeling overwhelmed, she keeps such a calm demeanor to herself that we just kind of follow suit and we go right along with her. So she is not here, but we want to definitely recognize her and what she brings to our site. Our next one, Miss Gretel Anguiano. She's here with us today. Gretel serves as our liaison. She expertly manages family engagement through the provisions of essential services such as nutrition, healthcare support and access, academic facilitation, and navigation of our educational system for families. She actively participates in attendance conferences to assess and address the needs of students to ensure regular school attendance. She plays a pivotal role in enhancing teacher-parent communication and is an integral member of our multi-tiered systems of support. With a comprehensive understanding of each child, the whole child, and she contributes indispensably to their success. So, Gretel, come on up. Also sitting in this office is Aida Rodriguez. She is our amazing site secretary. She's a multitasker, managing our finances with precision, raising an eyebrow when we overspend, and politely saying no when a purchase is not possible. She cares deeply for the students and always figures out how to make things work so that it supports the student. She is incredible with everyone who walks through our doors, greeting them with a warm smile, a sincere voice, and a welcoming demeanor. We are so proud that Aida is part of the Aro Hardin team.
She's your taskmaster.
And she's so nice about it too. All right. Next is our wonderful health clerk, Miss Selena Goel. She embodies professionalism through her humor, her kindness, and authenticity. She is very much approachable. She has positive energy and fosters a supportive environment for both students and staff, ensuring comprehensive care and attention to all. Whether managing student medications, upholding confidentiality, or delivering meticulous care, Selena's contributions are invaluable, and we are privileged to have her as a member of our team. Ms. Selena.
Thank you for helping our kids.
Oh yeah, I love them. I think they love me. Sure.
And she always wears her signature socks with all her outfits because the kids like it, and she likes it. We appreciate it. We also want to recognize our custodian. He's our lead custodian. And last year, or no, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, our lead custodian of over 30 years, Juan Rios, retired. We were just feeling pretty down and feeling that we were stuck. We're thinking, how do you replace somebody like this? An amazing person. And so we went on a hunt, and Aaron sat on the interview with us, and as we're sitting there interviewing, just a beautiful group of applicants. It's so nice to have such a beautiful pool of applicants to choose from. And we ended up stealing from the district office. Oscar, who just joined our team, and so he became a cherished member of our R.O. Hardin family just 2.5 years ago. From the start, he embraced his role with enthusiasm, turning R.O. Hardin into his home away from home. The pride he takes in his work and the joy he brings to it are evident in the warm and inviting environment he creates for our students and staff. His beautiful personality and welcoming demeanor make everyone feel safe, cared for, and respected. We're truly fortunate to have him on our team, enriching our school with his dedication and kindness. So, Oscar.
So did you replace them?
So we truly are fortunate when we look at our team and we bring new people onto our team, or you walk onto our campus. I mean, really, the welcoming committee, the people that sit in this campus, they have to match this energy, and we are so fortunate that the people that do sit on this campus, whether you're teaching, you're a paraprofessional, you're the front office, and both of our custodians, amazing people. They know who they serve, and they serve with heart, and so we're so proud of our whole entire team and those who lead, and this is just a little piece of it here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep.
We'll watch the rest of it online.
We don't have any announcements from closed session. Okay, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, trustee O'Connor,
Yes.
trustee Tosti,
Aye.
trustee Rios,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, 5-6. Okay, do we have any public comments? So we don't have any public comments. So let's go to reports. We have a report on migrant, foster youth, and homeless student services. Good evening.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent. Thank you for having me here. I appreciate the request to have an update on our migrant, homeless, and foster programs. So we'll dive right into migrant education. I'm glad we still have it. Let's start with that. So I'm really excited. We just finished asking for additional funds so we can do some additional services, and we'll get into that in a second. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about past and ongoing services and meetings that we currently are having. So We're having our third Parent Advisory Council meeting tomorrow, so we have continued with those this year. We've had some turnaround in members with our parents for PAC, but we've got 4 out of 5 right now, so we're hoping to fill another spot. But we continue to have those, and we have guest speakers in the community that come in and do presentations. We recently had a family math night where we had parents come in with their students, and they could talk about and got a presentation, some activities regarding our Eureka Math Squared curriculum. And so we had 2 of our instructors, teachers within our school district, and Jennifer Miller was instrumental in helping put that together, so thank you, a big shout out to Mrs. Miller. And so parents sat next to their kids and did some activities with Eureka Math Squared, and it was really a great night. And it was about an hour and a half of activities and talking about how parents can help support their students at home. And so that was a really great event that we had. Coming up, we have lots of holiday events coming up and programs that we coordinate with our liaisons who go out and give referrals for the various programs with either a family or student specific. So we have that going on. We have some interventions coming up. So I mentioned that we asked for some additional funds from the region. So we had some cuts with our current budget this year. And when we sat down to look at some of the services that we wanted to do, I was like, we need a little bit extra money. So I reached out to the region and we asked for about $77,000, and we got it. Wow. So we are posting in the next few days for teachers for interventions. We're going to be doing the computer coding again, which is able to provide support to kinder through 8th grade. We also are doing a speech and debate, which is going to be new for our program, so we're going to be getting that off the ground. We're going to be bringing back preschool, and we're going to be able to do 1 session of preschool, so we'll be hopefully starting that in January. We have robotics camp coming in February, so we're going to have 2 weeks of robotics camps and getting those students ready if they would like to do be prepared for the STEAM fair that the County Office of Ed does in March, or they might just want to stop with the end of the camp. It's up to them, but we want to kind of get them ready if they would like to be part of that STEAM fair. And we asked for additional funds for some more swim lessons in May and June.
On the speech and debate, this is something I've been thinking about, podcasts. Have there's been any discussion about doing something in regards to podcasts?
I haven't explored that in the migrant program. There might be some other things out in the district that might be happening. I've heard that come up, but not in regards to the migrant program.
Okay.
But something worth maybe looking into.
Yeah.
Right, some of the challenges that we faced in migrant education this year, again, was a little bit of the uncertainty of whether the program was going to continue this year. And it has, and I'm sorry for the typo that says challenges in 25 school year, I should say 25-26, I apologize for that. But we have been approved for our funds, so again, we're out there working with human resources and posting positions, so we'll hopefully get most of our things up and running by January. Another additional challenge has been with recruitment of families. So I work with Maria Duarte, who's our recruiter, and some of the feedback is that we have families who are even hesitant to identify for the migrant program. So I think we understand like some of the dynamics that are happening in our community. So that has kind of slowed down a little bit with recruitment. We still have quite a few families, but it takes Maria, Ms. Duarte, a little bit more time to gain the trust of that family to hopefully they trust her and then get identified and be part of the program.
So I had a question. Your first bullet was slowed down the process of services. What do you mean by that?
So with the beginning, I kind of mentioned the not knowing if we were going to have the funds. So as a district, we were like, let's wait until we have the grant award notification for the funds, which we still have yet to receive. But we did get an official letter that I asked the region to send us to kind of give us a little bit more security in moving forward. So then once we got then we were able to be like, okay, let's ask for additional funds and then move forward with posting positions for the services.
Mhm.
Okay, so on your parent advisory committee meetings that you've had so far, how's the attendance?
Well, our board members attend, so we have a quorum. We probably have 5 to 10 parents that are coming.
Wow.
They're afraid to get into large groups.
Well, I'm curious because Hollister's always had a much larger, I know when we've had it at Oral Hardin, we had pretty close to about 100 or so parents that would generally come. You know, that amount worries me, especially when a lot of the topics that are discussed about how the money is to be spent is through part of the process is through the parents and services and whatnot. So it's concerning that only 5 to 10 are showing up now. And so, because ours is still pretty well attended.
High school.
Yes. And so that's what I'm not sure what we've done differently, or what, you know, and so that just kind of figuring out how we can support one another in that endeavor. Because the recruitment, I think the challenge is, you're right, you know, families aren't readily wanting to hand out information about parents, but if they've historically been in the program, they pretty much know that their information is pretty secure. And they're generally the best word of mouth folks to help us get the word out. And that's why I think it's important that when we're doing the annual contacts, that we're also asking if you know of a family that may qualify, that you could share their information about our program, and then, you know, we can contact them as a referral. But again, it's just trying to figure out what we need to do, because again, most of these families are not computer savvy and don't readily find things electronically. We do a lot of paper still because we know and understand our population is very hands-on. I know we are trying to be as efficient with our funds as possible, and sometimes electronic is just easier, but I think with certain populations, it's not always the best way of reaching out to the families.
But I think also with our population, they're the ones that first start for the family.
The what?
Well, imagine that your firstborn is 6 years old, and you've got them coming. So we're dealing with the ones that are first. By the time you get them in high school, they've been in the program, so they're going to have a higher count. What we have to do is break the ice for our little ones, that their parents need to feel comfortable. And that's the challenge that we have, because these are their kids. It's the first time to be exposed to this. And so that's what we have to do as a district, is to make these families feel that we're going to protect them. And what you said about calling and saying, please ask a friend, is so important. And that the people that we do have, they need to be, you know, saying, please call, and we need to make networks. Because this is, you know, if their oldest is 6 and they've got them coming up, you know, they're below, in other words, we need to make those breakthroughs.
I'm just concerned with the lack of parent participation now.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but
as well.
yeah, but we really need to, I agree with you, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but we I think we have other challenges that we have to meet.
When and where do you hold your meetings?
We have it over at Sunny Slope at the Migrant Resource Center.
Cause at what time do you hold them?
We hold them at 6:30.
Cause I wonder if you were to hold meetings at drop-off time, whether parents who are dropping off students, or at 2 o'clock right before pickup time. I wonder if students might, or parents might be a little bit more inclined to stick around a little while or show up a little early.
It's a possibility.
I think these are all great suggestions that staff can consider. With, I think, attendance, we have issues that are within our control. We can look at Parent Square and see which families have received the message or opened the message or looked at the text message. And for those that are having difficulty, paper copies, could definitely be something that we can do if we're not doing already. And then looking at the time, I think that there's also factors that are outside of our control going on in society where families may be afraid to congregate in larger numbers or even identify as migrant because of the connotation that comes with it. So we will do our best to reach out to families and just continue the good work. And
I think we just,
yes,
the consideration in the past had always been the schools that had generally high migrant count.
Yes.
It made it easier for those families, especially if they didn't have transportation, to just walk to the school. So I don't know if, the change in the location has maybe, been a situation. But again, those are all conversations that sometimes we ask that we meet when we meet with our parent advisory committee as well. Because they're parents, and so many times you get a perspective from them that we may not necessarily know, are some of the challenges that they're facing. Because, these three critical populations are just that. They're our highest need populations that we need to figure out how to better engage with.
Absolutely. The one other thing is that maybe we should be meeting in multi-purpose rooms, because saying migrant on the building that we're going to, they might feel that ICE is waiting for them. And if we go to a multi-purpose room, that doesn't signal that it's gonna be just for migrant people.
Did you say where the preschool class is gonna be held?
It's over at the Early Childhood Center,
Which is
over on Line Center,
over there.
right by it. Okay.
It'll be nice. I'm looking forward to that starting.
I just, my heart goes out to these families and the fear. I can't imagine it.
And our liaisons, they do a lot of outreach. So last year we had some feedback from our PAC and our members, our families, about getting hard copies of upcoming events or PAC meetings or services. And so they wanted it for the littles, where you could put it in the folders. And so the liaisons do that for the younger kids to make sure that gets home. We obviously have Parent Square, and our liaisons are very diligent on making personal phone calls. And it's interesting to the attendance. PAC isn't heavily attended right now, but our math night, our family math night was.
Right.
Last year in March, on a very heavy rainy night, we had packed house for our STEAM night. And so families enjoyed those activities and got information regarding upcoming swim lessons. So it's interesting and hard to know, how the attendance is going to be for a particular event or meeting.
It also depends on the season. A lot of the families will leave, late October, middle of November, and come back March, April. So if you're holding a lot of PAC meetings when they're gone, it doesn't work. But, you know the cycle.
Well, we actually have a board member who's missing the meeting tomorrow night in person, but we're gonna be doing it virtual for her, so that way she can still attend. So maybe that's
I
another
think
option.
that we're behind you 100%, so we just wanted to do well.
Yeah, I appreciate all the feedback, thank you. And then HR has been great, with helping us with personnel on, we have a substitute right now that's assisting, and we've appreciated that. So the annual contacts. And,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so we're not getting behind on any of those things, so we appreciate the support within our HR department. All right, our McKinney-Vento population, we've streamlined a few things with just on the identification process. So we have a paper form that does go home to families that comes back, that our liaisons will screen for us, and then that gets down here to our parent attendance liaison, who then inputs that information. But as the liaisons are working with those families and part of that screening process, they're also then asking them, how can we support you at the district level, the school level, and then is there anything that you need with community resources? We developed a folder last year, I think we shared that with everyone, that shows the educational rights when you qualify for under McKinney-Vento, and then we also update and put in the resources for the community. So they have community food bank schedule, and various other rental assistance, hotel vouchers, things like that. So that's all put in there, and then our liaisons we've all had field trips and guest speakers to really bring up their knowledge base on all those community resources. So the liaisons are really pivotal in the process of supporting those families. And then we have the resource guide that we also put together that's been helpful for everyone, not just our homeless population. And then this year, some of our new community partners, we did some outreach to Hazel's Treasures and New Beginnings, those are both secondhand stores in our community, and we have partnerships with them where we've used some of our funds for McKinney-Vento, where we have vouchers for families to go in there and use. So whether that's shopping for house needs or clothing or whatever the case may be, those are personal conversations that they have with the liaisons, and then they work closely with our parent attendance liaison, Jennifer Dela Cruz, on getting those vouchers to the family. So that's something new that we've tried out this year, and it's working really well. And we've also done Granny's Wash House as well, and families are starting to use that, those vouchers to go in there and do their laundry. And I think we've gotten really more positive feedback from the laundry and being able to have that.
It's expensive.
That
to
piece.
go to the
Yeah,
laundromat.
yeah.
So those were great partnerships, and I've appreciated those community resources and wanting to partner with us and be part of that. So those are good things to celebrate. Past and future. So, and this wasn't just exclusive for McKinney-Vento, but we did a Thanksgiving meal, and some of our homeless families were referred to the event that we had, and we partnered with the food bank, who gave us some gift cards and bags of food, and then also turkeys were given by the Youth Recovery Connections. So we had 10 families, one family per school site, and we gave them a turkey and a bag of food and $150 worth of gift cards to use at the grocery store.
Wow.
Or gas if they needed it, for their families for Thanksgiving. So,
Have you noticed a tick in more students that are flagged as McKinney-Vento?
we have about 140, that's about where we were last year.
Okay.
And then your highest identification is under doubled up. And so that's families that are living together for various circumstances, but that's your heaviest identification area.
Yeah, because I know, because you utilize the liaisons, and many of the migrant students end up also falling under McKinney-Vento because of those situations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, rent a room or garage or whatever it is. Yeah.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. And we do have an online identification form, so if anybody is on our website and they hadn't received one at the school site, they can also fill it out. And so we get notified immediately once those are filled out, and we follow up with them. A couple other partners that we picked up this year, we had a gentleman reach out called Arms of Angels. He's out of San Jose. He's actually a realtor, and he has started this organization where he gets the kits for blankets, and then he connects with people in their own community to blankets.
Wow.
So he actually reached out to me, we got connected, and then he reached out to our 4-H Cienega Club, and
Wow.
they've made about 50 blankets
Oh,
for our students. And then I connected him with the high school, and so I had to give like 20 of our blankets to the high school.
Oh, wow.
It was good, I loved it, but I was like, wait, I thought we were getting all these. So anyways, but I was glad to like get more involved, and he could spread his blankets to a couple different districts here. So Arms of Angels is new, and then Off the Chain Bike Shop, they gave us some gift certificates the other day to provide to our students. So all of our liaisons are out there trying to figure out who could best benefit from those. And then of course Youth Recovery Connections, which I mentioned earlier with the turkeys. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mention the finish. So that'll be coming up in January. So I know last year we did Hollister halftime, but since the schools are doing more of their own workshops, I thought with our McKinney Bento, we could do not backpacks, but pencil pouches for our kids, and just with little notes about testing's coming, it's halfway through the school year, good luck with everything. So just trying to think outside the box of how to keep that population, we're thinking about you and supporting you, and hopefully you have what you need to do well during the school year. And then our foster youth, we have done a lot of streamlining this past year. We started a little bit at the end of last year. So one of the toughest things with this population is being able to keep up with who the advocates are and where students are in the foster care system. So the parent attendance liaison and I work really closely together, and we have another platform that we use along with the County Office of Education on making sure we understand where students are, whether they've been reunified with their families, whether they're in emergency care. There's all kinds of different places where they could be in the system, and then also to be able to communicate with the schools on who those advocates are. So it's really important they understand who the appointed attorney is, who the court-appointed special advocate, which is CASA of San Benito, and who their social worker is. So we really try to stay up to speed to make sure our schools understand if you need any help, you can outreach to those advocates, and then also if there's any discipline issues, that all of those folks are notified. So that way they all can come in and help support that student. So it's super important that our schools, our administration know that we're here to support them with those students and being able to keep up on where the students are in the system.
How many foster do we have?
We currently have 12. And one of the interesting things is that, and this is another piece that we've tried to clarify for our administration, is that we let them know where the students are coming from, because they're not all from San Benito County.
Right.
So we often get, from Santa Clara, Monterey, and vice versa. Some of our kids go out because they're trying to figure out where the home may be, and maybe students, maybe their family members are in Monterey, there's space for them. There's a lot of different circumstances, but it's interesting to see. We probably have maybe 3 or 4 max from our own community.
Yeah.
The rest are from out, Santa Cruz. So it's very, very interesting to see the students. And one of the biggest pieces too on the communication with our foster youth is, and we run into this every so often, is communicating with the schools on making sure the students immediately enroll. Because sometimes there's lagging on their paperwork following them to the next school site. So whether that's immunizations, whether that's birth certificates, we have a few TK students, believe it or not. We have some young ones that are in the system, and sometimes they're the ones lacking some of like the birth certificates and things. And so we're on the phone with the schools, just like, it's okay, enroll them, we'll chase those things down. So it's really important not to have those kids be waiting on the sidelines to get to school.
Missing out.
Yeah.
And the socialization, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so our community partners I've mentioned already is County Office of Education, and then CASA, we work very closely with them. Any questions or?
I have some comments that I would like to say that, I'm really proud that you are a leader on this and that you are really doing a great job. I think it's been very thorough here, and, it's obvious that you're very compassionate about what you're doing. And our kids need this. They need somebody that's very compassionate about what we're doing. Because I know we all feel that way. It's not an easy job. And these children are very fluid and, very needy. They need our help. So, anybody else have comments?
I just wanna thank you for the work that you do, you know, I'm inspired by your outreach to the different community organizations and beyond our own community, because, you're working with some of our most fragile students, you know, socially and academically, and, so they need all the support that they can get, and I appreciate it, thank you.
Not an easy job.
I do enjoy it though. I really, foster and homeless and migrant, I've done for quite a few years, and I really appreciate the work and being here to.
Well, I think the migrant population right now, they need all the grace we can give them. They need us to be thinking outside, where do we hold the meetings? How do we notify our parents? I think we're gonna really have to think outside the box and try different methods, because we can't rely on what we used to do. Because they're afraid, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them one bit. So we have to help them somehow and get our numbers up there, yeah. So thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna get a report on LEA medical billing from Dr. Gutierrez.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here. Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, Cabinet, and community members. I know the board wanted a very lengthy, so I will deliver that.
Okay.
I'll make it nice and short. So the LEA Medical Billing Option Program, also referred to as LEA BOP, it's a great program, and what it does is it allows us to bill for services that qualified practitioners provide to students, assessments, therapies, and as you see in the slides moving forward, you know, it will go into what is billed. But it is not a new program. It was established in 1993, California Welfare and Institution Code. It's a fee-for-service model. Now, we pay 100% of the fees up front. You know, we do the assessments. Our assessors do. You know, they're hired by us. They conduct the assessments. But we are then able to bill, and I'll share what that looks like shortly. So it allows us to bill Medi-Cal for health services already provided to Medi-Cal enrolled students by qualified practitioners. And the key point here is that the students have to be Medi-Cal eligible. So I'll share how that looks like. So the services that are reimbursable are, as listed here, audiological services, health, mental health, psychological, educational assessments, medical transportation, nursing services, occupational therapy, orientation and mobility, physical therapy, psychological services, and counseling, school health aid services, speech therapy, respiratory services. And the majority of those, I would say, we do bill those. At the moment, orientation and mobility is one that we have not yet done, but it's something that we will be exploring with the county, because the low incidence department works with quite a few students that have mobility and orientation. So we just have to ensure that that we work together with the county in terms of being able to bill. But for the most part, we are able to bill these services. The services, most of the services are part of students' IEPs, individual educational programs, or their health plans. But we also have, as part of our, as you're aware, our mental health practitioners who are in the general education side, they're also able to bill for services, for the counseling mental health services they provide for general education students. So although the majority of the services are through IEPs, we do have a portion of students that are served through, that are general education that also participate. So our general education mental health practitioners also are involved in billing, which is good. And so as noted there, it's part of their IEPs and their health plans.
Question.
Yep.
The school health aid services, are those like the one-on-one aids for the medically fragile students?
These are, that could apply to, yes, that could apply to the support staff, yes, and also to the health services that are provided through nursing.
Oh, like the health clerks?
Yes, health clerks, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But we do have students who do have medical services, nursing services, even some of the LVNs that provide services, they can bill.
Okay.
And so we can bill back for those services, just for the services that are designated on those health plans, yeah. Great question. And so how do we track services for reimbursement? So in the past, we had to log services in our IEP system. Treatment services, SLPs would log services in our IEP system, and then we would log in a system called Medical Building Technology. So they had to log in 2 places. It is quite a cumbersome duty. So this year, actually last year, we started working with MBT and Cyrus to coordinate those services so that logging it could be a little more, it could be faster, and it wouldn't take too much time for the SLPs and OTs, which I think are the 2 most heavily impacted in this area. So now the service delivery have to be provided. So the SLPs, OTs, mental health practitioners, nursing, they provide those services. Once those services are provided, they do logging. The logging is now done in our Cyrus system, our IEP system. Because MBT and Cyrus are now collaborating and we have a data use agreement, we can now pull those logs from Cyrus, so it reduces the amount of time that SLPs and occupational therapists can do, because it is, and I know Trustee Rios understands that quite a bit, because it was quite, she could definitely attest to that. So I'm glad that we were able to do that and make that happen, and so far the team has been very grateful for that change. So that needs to be logged. They then transfer, they log that, MBT takes a look at all those, they code, they determine who are the Medi-Cal eligible students, and then that stuff though, that data gets routed to MBT. So the practitioners are logging in Cyrus, and then they go into MBT, the Medical Building Technologies database, and they go and approve their services. So the only step they have to do in that MBT is to approve, and that's not a lengthy process. And then that's step 4, which is the coding and billing. So together, what happens is we provide those services, and the data is transferred, and then ultimately we get reimbursed with funding through our finance process. So as I mentioned before, we pay 100% for the services because the staff are our staff. We're conducting assessments, we're conducting treatments. And then it is funded through a combination of local and federal funds. We must annually certify that the public's funds expended for LEA services, though, are eligible for federal financial participation. So they have to follow the guidelines. The reimbursements need to follow these guidelines, and also the funds that we are requesting to be utilized for schools. The reimbursement part, those also have to be tracked and audited, because we cannot supplant. We cannot use the funds to supplant what the district provides. We can only supplement it. And I'll get into that further. And our responsibility is, we have to have, we have this provider agreement. That's something that we have ongoing. The purpose of the agreement is to allow us to participate, to be able to allow our qualified practitioners, mental health practitioners, health practitioners, to be able to provide these services and then bill. And then I have some more information there about that we have to have a collaborative. And on the next slide, I'll show you who's on that collaborative. But that collaborative is very important. They meet 4 times a year to discuss issues that come up regarding to LEA BOP. They also talk about the reimbursements, and so we can look at agreements. There are some. We're currently working on strengthening our manual for understanding what is billed, what can we reimburse, so that when we get into these meetings, we do get quite a few reimbursement requests. We just want to make sure that we're following the guidelines, because if we authorize items to be reimbursed, but they don't qualify under these the LEA Bob guidelines, then what happens is the funds are pulled off the top of the funds that we get, our reimbursement funds. So the collaborative does look at all these items. We cannot purchase things that are related to like technology. We cannot purchase gift cards, of course, food items, but I'll get into what that relates to. As I mentioned earlier, we have to do an annual certification that the funds expended for these services are eligible for participation. And our collaborative consists of one psychologist, one speech pathologist, one nurse, a community member that attends regularly, a special education teacher, special education administrator. I do attend those. We have an administrative support business services staff, a business services manager, and then the collaborative is going to add vote at the next meeting to look into adding one occupational therapist and one mental health therapist to account for the groups that also bill. And this collaborative is on a rotating basis, so the committee will also determine the length of time that the staff in that collaborative should serve. So it's likely going to be a 2-year term. That way we can filter in additional staff to come in and participate in the collaborative.
I like that. That's a great idea.
Yeah. So the team will be voting on that at our next LEA collaborative. And then the reinvestment of funds, as you can see there, direct health, wellness, social emotional services, referrals to health, wellness, social emotional services, continuing education regarding health, wellness, and social emotional, enrollment, assistance in medical and covered California programs. They can be used for professional development for staff, for evidence-based materials, for training, classified and certificated salaries to supplement health and social services to students and their families. So as you can see, and some of these items have come before you, staff asking to attend professional development, psychologists, speech language pathologists, our mental health practitioners, and we've also had requests to have supplemental curriculum to be ordered by SLPs, school psychologists, even teachers to integrate in the classroom, as long as they're not our core instruction and they supplement and they have some impact on students. It has to be focused on students. So the services, even if we're using funds for salaries for a mental health practitioner, that service is going to go back to students, because not only are they providing services, they're also going to be able to continue billing so that we can get some of those funds reimbursed. And then, let's see, did I miss anything? No, that's pretty much it. So that's nice and simple, and it is a great program, and I won't get into the finances in terms of how much we have, I'll leave that at that. And we're not going to present that today, but we are very cautious about what we spend. We recognize also that if we are considering staff, which it's not very typical that we do, that we're cognizant that the funds are, again, following the guidelines, and that the funds that we're going to recoup will continue to supplement those, the funding. So things that you've seen, I think in the past are, well, we may not have talked about it, but like the mental health practitioner, having another itinerant mental health practitioner through LEA funds, that was approved by our LEA collaborative, and things like that. So, does anyone have any questions about the LEA Bob? Cheryl.
Okay, you were talking about the staffing. So how is it that, since we cannot supplant, we can only support, how can we hire FTEs, like a full-time FTE, when if we need that person, wouldn't it be the district's responsibility to hire an extra whatever?
Right.
And yet it
Yes.
seems like we're paying for an FTE, a couple of them, through the LEA.
Correct.
funds.
Yeah, so we do have mental health practitioners that provide services. The district is already funding those positions. Now, when we're looking at determining whether we need an additional staff member, the LEA funding is a great opportunity to do that, because these are positions that we can use through the LEA funds, because they follow the guidelines that that are vested in this program. And they're also going to, the staffing that are hired can continue to build so those positions can be funded. The problem is we can't fund every practitioner on this through the fund because we don't have sufficient funds to cover for the remainder of time. But we do have sufficient funds to cover a position, and that position maybe later that we might decide, you know, this position maybe we need to move this position out of LEA funding. But since we already have positions that we're funding, and this collaborative does allow us to pay for certificated and classified salaries, we can use some of those funds to pay for a position here, a position in nursing. We looking at whether we need to increase hours, because that's all related to the health, to Medi-Cal related services that we can provide to students, which the state wants us to provide. And it also benefits the district because it allows us to get some reimbursement for the services we provide. And one of those ways is to have staff brought in. Now, this doesn't mean though that, and I think I'm maybe going further to your question is it, you know, because we're putting the position in the LEA funding, how is that position going to continue on through multiple years? Well, the way it's set up is we need to then bring this position back for an additional 2-year cycle. And at that time, we look at it, do we continue to do through this, or do we funnel it through our normal route? The good thing is that, again, we have a healthy fund. The fund allows us to pay for positions, and it also helps us reduce the burden on the general fund. And I wouldn't say it's a burden, but I would just say, because we do, special education does pull out of funds, we know that we don't get sufficient federal funding or state funding, and this is a way to offset some of those funds.
So then, for example, I know SLPs have a soft cap on their caseload size, and I know you were very conscientious about watching those caps, and so as you see SLPs getting close to those caps or maybe going over, would we then be able to tap into LEA funds to hire another SLP part-time or full-time?
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely look at those, because that's another one of the positions. What we look at is we then determine that we do the same determination. In terms of utilizing this fund, what positions can we fund through this? So, for instance, let's say we consider a third position. We may not be able to fund those positions for a prolonged period of time. We may need to move a position to a different fund. Because what we don't want to do is hire on that fund and then the money expends, and then, because we still have to follow the same guidelines that's in the contract and ultimately the goal is to continue to have staff, and we're not, we don't want these just to be like one-time fund positions. These are positions that can be funded. So we want to make sure that we're cognizant of the positions that we have in there. Can we fund them for a prolonged period of time? And then we plan ahead so that if we need to move a position, then we account for that in one of our additional funds.
So
But it is the case that we could consider SLP. We could consider a psych, although we psychs, we have a psych at every site, so we're good. So yeah, we could consider SLP, mental health, nursing.
So then the people that we currently have, looks like we've got a nurse and an ERMS practitioner that are FTEs. When we hired them through the LEA funds, are they told that this is likely to be a temporary position? Do they go into our labor unions to where they get permanent status, and then we've got issues if
It would follow the same guidelines. The positions are the reason we were putting those positions is because they are positions that are needed, and so we're using the funding to supplement so that we can have these positions. Now, in the long run, yes, we may need to have a conversation to say we're moving this position out to a different fund because maybe we're not looking at it as a supplemental anymore. It's gonna be part of our normal positions that we have. And I would actually consider these positions that are ongoing anyhow. It's just that this fund allows us to use it instead of putting everything into the special education budget or having to pull money from the general fund to support those positions. So it's a win-win. And the other thing is it allows us to continue billing, so we bill on it. So we continue to accrue funds. We're providing great services to students.
They generate their own funds.
Yes. And I will say that SLPs bring in quite a lot of funds because they're doing therapies and assessments. Assessments we get a larger proportion of funding for assessments. But when you combine the assessments and therapies, that does bring additional information. And we do have, again, the MDT will look at the data, they'll make sure that the students that are coded are able, that we can pull those funds so that they can be routed to us. So,
Okay, thank you.
And specifically, Trustee Rios, your question, if a position is temporary, the board would know. We would have a board resolution that indicated that the district would be moving forward to post a temporary position. The bargaining units would be notified, and then the employee at the time of hire needs to be notified that it is temporary, a temporary position.
Okay, thank you.
I love this program, Gabe. I think it's very important to have. We've had it at the district for quite a few years, and one of the things I really like about it is that it's private. The people who report, who do the services, don't know. They don't know which students, and it's private. You know, the health clerk, the SLP, they just do their job, and that's important to me. It has greatly increased over the years. I'm really happy to see that. And I love that you say that it rotates, the people on the collaborative, it rotates. I love that. So we get fresh ideas, new ones, and we see when it rolls through the board, what is being paid for by LEA. And every time I see that, it just makes me happy. I think you're doing a great job, and I want to thank you for doing this and for also giving a very short report. Thank you.
you're welcome. Any other questions?
Well, I just parlayed on what Kathy just said. I know that when children have to have a change in their IEP, Dr. Gutierrez makes sure that when the change occurs, that if there are new services need to be done, he makes sure that the forms that if the child needs to have something that needs to be reported for the medical thing, that it's taken care of. So we're getting the funds right away as soon as the change has to happen in the IEP, and it's done right away. And the people that are, the speed in which it is done is just like lightning fast. And we're not losing a dime. And
Yeah, the nice thing is that we do have these, the medical authorization. Parents, we don't ask parents if they have Medi-Cal or private services. They're just forms that parents sign. Parents can opt out, but what we say is these are not there's no bill to parents. There's nothing going to be reported related, because sometimes parents think that if they sign their authorization, they're going to get a bill. It isn't. It's just so that when we use that data sharing, information to code the student, that is like an ID number, the date of birth, they can route that, and so they can code the student to the site. But we do need parent permission because we are releasing a portion of students' information, and that's what's utilized to then funnel to capture the students and then funnel those funds that we provide for those services we provide. So it is
school,
good.
the services that they're providing at school, so it doesn't matter about their private insurance or anything.
Yep.
And it's super. I mean,
yeah, it is a great program, and the collaborative can be very creative as to how the funds can be utilized, and I agree that having a rotation is a good idea, so that we can have ideas and we can explore things. It's a great program. So glad we have it.
well, I know that Stanford Hospital was just blown away about how quickly we were able to help the students that I was speaking of. So they were just, wow.
You reminded me of something I wanted to ask. So with health clerks being able to do billing, does that mean that all parents in the district have some way of acknowledging, yes, it's okay, or no, I don't want it?
It would only be if that was connected to a health plan. So in those cases, they would have that, because the health plan is typically through the IEP. But if it's like through a 504, that would still be something that we could do. We would get consent for that. It has to be related to if a health clerk is providing some level of service as part of that health plan, then they would do a paper form. But they won't do, we can't bill for all services, because there are some things related to like IEPs, and health plans. So if that's the case, then yes. If not, then they wouldn't be doing the login. We wouldn't be adding extra time to the health clerks because it wouldn't be connected to any plan that we have for them. And the nurses would be involved with those staff.
So then the health clerk would do like medication dispensing because that student would have a health plan,
Something
but
like-
not putting a Band-Aid on?
No.
Okay.
And it would be specified, and they would log that service. It's like some of the staff that we have for supporting students with medical needs. They do services, they're supervised by nurses, and they log the tasks that they do. The other part of this program that is separate is we also get momentary random samples. They'll send one to me, they'll send one to the SLP, the psych, mental health practitioner, occupational therapist, and it'll say 10:05 December 6th or December 2nd, whatever. What were you doing that? Were you working with a student? Yes, I was working with a student. What were you doing? I was doing an assessment for an initial review of eligibility to determine if someone needs special education services related to this, and this. It's really brief, but it also helps us capture the level of services we're providing to students at a certain moment in time. They're sent to administrators, it's sent to paras, it's sent to the qualified health professionals. Now, we have to sign them up though before they can do it. And then once they're signed up and they're authorized by MDT, we're good. And so our duty is to make sure that our staff are then responding to those momentary samples, because if we don't, we're not gonna have an accurate count for that particular time.
Yeah, those are pretty quick to do, I remember. I love the year that I did it, and it was my lunchtime. I said, nope, no services.
So, many other questions I can answer?
No,
Thank
perfect.
you, Gabe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to, where are we at? Oh, a report on staffing.
Yes, hi. A little bit different, we need some room. Good evening, everybody. Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, everybody who's here tonight, and everybody watching. You know, I went to get my reading glasses, and I lost a lens, but that's if you see me. I might take you up on it. And thank you for the mini report. 2 reports ago, you had 25 slides. And you're counting. I counted because I counted mine tonight, and mine are at 24. So
All right.
I promise I'll talk fast. No, I am excited to be here and have this opportunity. It's been 4 years coming, so I have 4 years worth of information to share, but I'll keep it brief. It's an overview tonight of the staffing trends that we've seen in the past 5 years. Also, you'll get a chance to get to see the background and the overview of what each HR staff member does for the district. And then we'll get to look at trends, recruitment efforts, and what's to come in 26-27, because yes, we are planning already for the 26-27 school year, okay? So this is the first time I'm using this clicker, Brandon, tell me, okay, got it. All right, so we'll go, that's yours truly, that is me. So as the HR director, this is just a screenshot, a snapshot of some of the things that I oversee for the district and in the department. Of course, collective bargaining agreements and getting to sit on the negotiations team with our labor partners, HESTA and CSEA, job contracts, offers of employment, certificated, classified, administrative, all 3 of our employee groups. Recruitment is a wide umbrella, but there's all sorts of layers of recruitment that I get to help the team with in terms of hiring for certificated, classified, and admin positions. I get to answer questions and help develop compensation salary placement for our incoming staff and folks who have questions. Employee counseling, discipline investigations is another part of my position. Reporting, things like CBEDS and CalSAS is a statewide assignment accountability system. That means
that is tied to credential monitoring and ensuring that the folks who are in their current positions now have the proper credentials that we report to the CDE. And probably my favorite part of the job is the training and professional development of the current HR staff. We're lucky to grow. This year we were able to add a couple of new positions, and so I'm excited to talk about that here in a moment. Next up in our part of our team is Kate Zerubi. Kate Zerubi is the HR analyst for certificated staff. Again, screenshot this list is not exhaustive. This is some of the things that she does, but primarily she oversees and helps with the credentialing for teachers, or PPS credentialing, administrative, all emergency type permits and waivers. International teachers, she helps them along the process to get their credential, among other things. Recruitment, she helps from scratch. She helps with the certificated recruitment, including administrative recruitment. She's our primary contact person who helps me with the recruitment fair planning and so forth when we leave the district and head out to various events. So vacancies, postings, interviews, Kate covers all of the regular school year full-time positions, ensuring that we have those positions filled. She also helps to get stipend positions for certificated staff posted and filled. And she helps Eric Miranda, our athletics commissioner, with the athletics program to help ensure that we have staffing when it comes to coaching. And while she's doing all that, then she's also preparing for summer and ESY staffing as well for certificated staff. So she's a one-person show, but she does it with a smile on her face. She's definitely a lifeline to a lot of folks in the district. She also oversees the onboarding for new hires for certificated staff. She sits on the negotiations team for HSD with me when we sit with HESTA. She oversees the transcript. She's a point of contact for certificated staff when they have questions about professional growth units. And she also is my right hand when it comes to CalSAS and the reporting for credentialing and monitoring. Next is Carla Ornelas, is the newest HR analyst to our team. Carla oversees workers' comp, all things workers' comp, including all claims. She tracks workers' comp absences, return to work program. What Carla's done, she comes to us with a vast background in human resources. She worked for San Diego High School District in their HR department. Most recently, she worked for San Francisco Unified School District as a consultant. She worked for several years for Monterey County Office of Ed. So what Carla did was she hit the ground running. She is helping us revamp, recalibrate our injury illness prevention program, our safety program, and our systems when it comes to workers' compensation. So while she's doing that, she also works closely with Doug Evers, who is our risk assessment manager, with the liaison between us and Keenan. She oversees all leaves of absences. And in the interim, while, and I'll get to our next analyst in a moment, Marissa Valadez, what Carla's doing in the interim while Marissa is out temporarily, she'll be back though, Marissa will be back in January. Yes, that's good news to get an extra pair of hands back into the department. But what Carla does, while she's working on everything on workers' comp and all those other things you see on the screen, she's also helping to fill vacancies, postings, interviews, ensuring testing is done for classified staff. She's filling all the regular school year positions, while she's also juggling the stipend positions and ensuring that those are filled. She also, when she started in a whopping 5 months ago, she stepped right in, right when we were in the middle of trying to wrap up summer at ESY that was still going. So she came in and she helped with that. She helps with all onboarding processes, and she also is already very well versed in the collective bargaining agreement for CSEA. So that she's a source of knowledge and lifeline to our CSEA members. Marissa Valadez is an analyst who has been out on hiatus, but she'll be back in January, and so she'll be taking over all the things that I just went over in terms of classified employees and helping that group for CSEA. Marissa will be back, and she'll be helping us in that capacity. Marisela Garcia is our HR technician / receptionist. Thank you, Board of Trustees. Thank you so much for giving us this position, because I think even as a district as a whole and district office, we were missing that human touch, right, in the front office. And so Maricela, she has several years of experience in different positions in the district, but Maricela was previously our substitute assignment clerk. She's moved up to the front desk. She has embraced this position. She, especially the HR technician piece as well, she's learning a lot in that position and growing her skill set, so we're really proud to see her growth. She's covering all front office tasks. Again, she is definitely revamping and, resurrecting and resuscitating things that have been stagnant, obviously, in the front office, because we haven't had anybody there, I think, in about 5 years since COVID. So it's kind of nice. Somebody just yesterday said it's nice to see a human being at the front desk, so not just a phone, right?
Yeah.
So that's a nice added benefit. She also, of course, helps the entire HR department. She helps me and also the analysts. She's our backup to the substitute assignment clerk. She takes care of all the photo badging for staff, new staff, and she helps with live scan, fingerprinting for student teachers and contractors. Again, this list is not exhaustive. She definitely jumps in to help out wherever she can. Last but not least, Adelina Bustamante is our substitute assignment clerk. She's been in this role for about 6 months, but she hit the ground running as well. So she oversees the frontline absence tracking system for all of our employees and subs. She is really good at recruiting. She goes out and she finds folks in places we never thought of in the past. She thinks outside the box for sure. But yes, it definitely helps to have somebody who's proactive and helping us as a district, right? Hire subs. She does onboarding as well for subs. She helps also with the live scan, and she's the front desk backup. So now we're going to get into the staffing overview. Okay, so as of December, these are the totals that you see for certificated staffing. We have a total of 327 folks in HESTA. Classified staffing, we have 323 administrators. Certificated admin, there are 33 total, and in terms of classified management, that include directors, confidential employees, managers, OTs, and BCBAs, we have a grand total of 14 folks in that category. All right, I wanted to point out the sub.
650 right there.
Wow, that's a lot.
And counting. We have back-to-back interviews this week for classified positions. We have a handful of certificated positions that also we're interviewing for. So we're busy. I just wanted to point this out because Maricela Garcia, she is modest, and if you know her, she's quiet.
Yes,
she's reserved.
I know her.
You know her, right? She worked at Maze for a while. I was on hiatus last year, and when I came back in February, when I found out that she hired 70 certificated subs, but 94 classified substitutes, I was shocked because we have been struggling. This has been a challenge for us in terms of rebuilding our sub pool. I think especially after COVID. So this is a great feat, and I commend her for this. Now we have Adelina Bustamante in the position. So since July, she's added 15 certificated subs and counting. Classified subs 46, about half of Mari's record, and we're at 140 classified subs. Now, it looks like a lot, but I know there's a challenge, especially in our para ranks, in terms of finding coverage. I just want to point out that we share the sub pool with other districts and even neighboring counties. We have a sub who drives all the way to Fremont, and yes, in Mountain View and San Jose to sub, and so he's a custodian sub. So, custodial coverage right now in terms of sub coverage is a hot commodity, right, Erin? Hot commodity. So that is an area of need definitely that we're focusing on. But I wanted to highlight that because I thought it was important to point out. This was probably the easiest way I knew how to list the classified staffing for CSCA in terms of the breakdown, more or less, of how many employees we have per group. And I won't go through them all, but you can see here. I think the group that is grown the most is our classroom support in terms of paraprofessional and IAs, so including gen ed population, not just SPED. So we're pretty proud of that growth. Again, we're competing with other districts, right, in other counties, and so this is impressive. District office classified staff, and again, just a screenshot of the breakdown of the folks here who work in the classified ranks at the district office. Touch by department is how we've broken this down. Certificated staffing with HESTA, these are the totals in terms of the breakdowns, also, and county. We do have a couple more positions that we'll talk about in a sec that are still in need of fulfilling. HAL, the non-represented group or administrative group and classified management. This is the breakdown of the folks that we have in these positions. The assistant principal position, I updated this number because we just hired, signed on, and if you approve tonight's consent items for the personnel report, we will have another assistant principal to bring on board for Sunny Slope. Lab Lane hired their assistant principal, and so Sunny Slope will get the added support as well. So Mr. Rivas is happy about that. We are too. Vacancies, I'll go over vacancies quickly for classified staff for CSEA ranks. These are the positions that we're still filling. Now, mind you, these positions are, a lot of them are tied to the interviews that we are having this week. We had interviews today, we'll have more tomorrow. Every single day this week, and every week, the front office is bustling. Maricela jumps in to help. Carla is working on this as well in the department, so it's definitely a joint effort, but we are working as diligently as possible to get these positions filled. And here is a list of the current certificated vacancies for HESTA. We have a 4th grade position open at Lab Lane because talking about grow within, right? The teacher who vacated that position is now the assistant principal at Lab Lane, Ms. Christine Blomquist. So she's now an AP, and we have a substitute in there who actually has an intern credential who worked for the district before. So fingers crossed. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring on board, whether at Lab Lane or another spot, she'll have a landing. A TK teacher, Sunny Slope, this is a more recent development. We have a TK opening at Sunny Slope. Special education, these are the 4 positions that we currently have vacant, but I should say 3 of them are covered by contractors, and I believe the last one, SOAR class at Mays, is the one that was recently became available. So we have a sub in place, but these are the 4 remaining SPED positions that we have in the certificated ranks. Of course, SPED's always a high priority. I just wanted to point out, this is a very simple slide, but I wanted to highlight that these are the positions. Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez, for your effort and your team's effort, and coupled with the HR team, especially Carla and Maricela, to get these positions filled, and Kate, to get these positions filled, to get the contractors, to reduce the number of contracts, right, that we have, and to replace with this many, especially the 13 paraprofessionals that were hired, which is, they're cranking out paras. So this is a good sign. This obviously helps with the overall long-term cost as to staffing. So
well, it's also good for the students.
That's right. That's right. The stability and consistency for sure. This I'll explain these staffing trends. These 2 different charts here. So I went back as far as 5 years. I mean, I suppose if we drill down deeper one day, we can look further back. But I wanted to look at the last 5 years, and I'll talk more specifically about 21-22, because if you remember, that was the year of our layoffs, right? So we still have PTSD from that year. But 21-22 does not reflect the number of layoffs, because then the chart would have been off the chart. It's taking this number that you see in blue, let's look at 21-22, and doubling that. We had close to 60 certificated staff who exited. Now about half were laid off employees or positions, and the other half were folks who voluntarily left, whether they resigned or they retired. As you can see, the blue represents the folks who exited of that year. So at the end of 2021, a little over 40 people, 40 certificated staff exited the district. The red bar indicates how many we hired in August of 2021 for the 21-22 school year. And it's significantly, I mean, there's luckily more that we hire versus how many exit, but then if you get to the 22-23 year, we sort of break even. 23-24 was probably one of the more challenging years. And the 24-25 year, it looks like we did we were more successful when it came to total staffing and increasing our certificated ranks. The line graph at the top, to me, that's just how my brain works, to see the fluctuation. And as you can see, I mean, there was a dip in 2024, but then we peaked in this last school year of 24-25 in terms of hiring and adding more staff to our certificate. Yes.
I have a question. What do you attribute, in 24 and 25, the increase in the number of hiring that we did versus the employees that left?
Well, for the 24-25 school year,
Yeah,
This
the
last
last two
school year.
bars.
We offered a retirement incentive.
we offered, that's true. You know, I feel like there are so many different contributing factors. If we're gonna look at the teachers who, we had a lot of teachers, and we have had a lot of teachers, a high number of teachers who have been teaching on emergency permits, emergency waivers. Most of, not all of them, but there is a percentage of them who exit because for whatever reason, you know, they weren't able to fulfill their requirements in their credential program, or they decided teaching just wasn't for them. Especially post-COVID, we saw a lot of that burnout. I'm going to say that, I mean, it takes a village. When Ed Services, you know, introduced the NEST program, I think that particular program and the added support, and not just NEST, but the buy-in for principals, right, and the site support, I think that helps us retain teachers. And I think, you know, we have a lot of student teachers who come through and they see, and, you know, HESTA is a strong force. And I think we have good representation in HESTA. I think that motivates and inspires, you know, when I say younger, I'm not talking about age, but younger, you know, the newer teachers or prospective teachers. I think they inspire the subs we hire a lot of teachers through the pathway of subs, right? They come in as substitutes, they decide they want to take a stab at teaching, and then next thing you know, they are on a contract for a year and fulfilling the requirements to get into a credential program, and they're following, you know, we have so many. I'm looking out and I know there's a couple of people here who did it, you know, by that way, guys. So, you know, teachers like Ms. Phillips can attest to the success of that pathway and the support, though I don't want to speak for her, but it's the support of, like I said, it's on so many levels, I think, that helps it. If we're talking about the positive outcome of that piece of that layer of staffing.
I guess I was thinking about, you know, if we have teachers who leave,
Yes.
they resign, they retire. Sure. Then those teachers need to be replaced.
Yes.
So 10 out, 10 in.
Yes.
But it looks like we have 35 out and 55 in 24, for example. So I'm wondering what that difference is. Are we adding classes?
Yes,
Is it because of,
Enrollment.
well, that's what I was wondering. So
Enrollment is another factor. That's another factor to consider.
We also moved TK-8s from Sunny Slope and Cerro Vista to the middle schools, where the middle schools require multiple teachers to teach one student. We added a special education class, we added special at Lab Lane and several at Sunny Slope. We added many TKs.
yeah, I think I'm just looking for that. I thought that it was probably enrollment, and so hopefully that continues, you know.
Of course. And, you know, our CBO, Elizabeth Wilson, and I will quote you, we are not a small district anymore.
We're not, and in those 2 years that you're asking about, we added at CBEDS 107 in 23-24 and 137 in 24-25 to our enrollment. So that goes a long way of saying we need more classes. We've got a different structure of delivering that educational model, but we need more teachers in order to address the more students.
Thank you. Okay, so teacher turnover trend, just a quick glimpse into, again, where we started in 2021, what the trend has looked like over the last 5 years. There was a spike, of course, in 2024. I don't know what was going on in 23-24, but that is one of those years that one of those outlier years. And then we take a dip at the end of this past school year, 2025, we had less exiting.
We had the retirement incentive in 24.
Right.
True in 24.
Yeah.
Yep. Good old retirement.
Yes.
We wanted that strike.
Get
So
rid of
we're-
those heavy
yeah.
hitters.
We got rid of those walls. You said it, I didn't.
I never
Okay,
got
so
one.
what does this mean? So turnover shows overall improvement across the 5-year period. The 23-24 represents a temporary uptick, but following several years of decline, but as you can tell in 24-25 is the lowest turnover point in the last 5 years, reflecting stronger retention. So we attribute this possibly to the improved support for sure of teachers, but the consistent partnerships with universities and the focus initiatives as a whole collectively throughout the district. Quick glimpse into classified staffing and their turnover trends. What I focused on were the last 4 years, including this year though, as we started. Classified's a little different than certificated, and the way staffing works is more fluid, right, throughout the entire year. But you can see again, what's represented in blue are the folks exiting at the end of that school year, by the end of the year collectively, and in the red bars are the numbers reflective of the folks that we hired. Quite a bit in 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24, we kind of broke even. And then you see an uptick in 24-25, and at the beginning of this school year, quite a significant difference. And I think it's heavily on our classroom support that we can attribute that spike for the beginning of this school year. And counting, we're still growing. And again, I like the line graphs. It just gives me an indicator of where we started and where we go and where we are now. Takeaways that I just wanted to point out and highlight that teachers and classified staff are showing turnover fluctuations, but they're improving significantly. They've improved significantly in the last school year, the 24-25 school year. Teacher turnover reached its lowest point in 5 years. Hopefully we're in an uptick and the pendulum has swung the other way. Classified turnover dropped sharply after a peak in 23-24. And this improvement of both groups suggests district-wide progress in recruitment, onboarding and support at district and site levels. That's definitely key. So what are we going to do next? What are we doing already for 26-27 school year? We're already thinking about that now. We're already signed up for at least 3 university recruitment fairs, educator recruitment fairs that are coming up. They start in around about February. I do want to point out, our team we have attended some fall recruitment fairs. We went as far as Sacramento. There was a local one with our community workforce development group, and we found some classified subs through that. Yes, through that recruitment fair back in September. We went to, where did we go? We went to Sacramento. We went to Santa Cruz, UC Santa Cruz. So we're trying to make our rounds. We do the best that we can with the number of staff we have in our HR department, but it is an all hands on deck. It is a collaborative effort. We've had Ed Services has come to represent as well in the past, and they continue to help us recruit. So does Dr. Gutierrez and his team. So even Aaron Bezetta comes out to our local recruitment fairs to look for custodial subs. So we appreciate that. It's definitely a group effort. San Benito High School District, the Chief Officer of Human Resources, Cindy Peterson, has reached out and would like to collaborate with HSD in terms of sharing strategies and some creative ideas in terms of recruitment efforts, joint recruitment efforts, and bring more talent to the area. So I'm open to that idea. So she and I will sit down and we'll get ready and start recruiting January.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yep. Continued university partnerships. We partner with so many universities. San Jose State, UC Santa Cruz, Alliant is an online, Western Governors University, Grand Canyon, CSUMB, Cal State Teach. I can go on and on. There's so many. National University is also a popular one amongst our certificated staff. So we have continued, when I say partnerships, We have a lot of student teachers, so when you see the MOUs in here for agreements and with these universities, it's to allow student teachers to come into our schools, to work with veteran teachers, mentor teachers. A lot of student teachers also come through our district and decide they want to stay in Hollister. Some move on in other areas because maybe they live in other parts, surrounding counties, but otherwise, that's another pathway, that's another strategy that we try to capitalize on our student teachers coming through. Community partnerships, we continue, EDD helps to post our vacancies through their job boards and online resources. Our workforce development, again, we have a partnership with them, so every time they have a local recruitment fair, especially for classified staff, it seems to be working, so we appreciate their support. Local university recruitment fairs, like I said, we're already signed up for Sacramento State, CSUMB, and more to come. University of Pacific, we've gone to UOP. Superintendent Sanchez and I have been as far as, Stockton? So, yeah, that is on the horizon. And then, of course, our continued support and partnership with our labor partners. We always welcome ideas and strategies as well, so I appreciate your support as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have questions? Yes.
I think now looking, this was very enlightening. And looking at the total number of staff, we're just shy of 700. And I think it's, with the small HR, we were talking about this in other departments as we're gonna keep growing. We're not gonna go backwards. So, in really looking and thinking ahead of, kind of like what we had asked Brandon, it's like, what does your department look like? Where is the need? Because we want to stay in pace with these needs. We don't want to get behind and be like, okay, we can't meet recruitment. We can't, because there's only, there could be so many things coming out of HR. I mean, to me, that's the heart of the district, right? And so, if they're in negotiations and they just touch so many aspects of employment and employees every single day. I don't think there's a day that you don't have somebody that you talk to, right? For whatever different needs. And I think looking, as we start thinking ahead, we've had these discussions, but I think it's important. I mean, that was a slide that wasn't included, is what does looking ahead look like, and what does the need look like, right? As we need to start planning, because 700 employees plus, is a huge demand on the department, in every department, because it translates to everybody, right? IT and all the support that they have to give these folks that we welcome with open arms, right? To be a part of our HSD family. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at what the need is going to be.
Yes. I agree with you 100%. One of the questions that I had is, do we ever do a survey, whether it be SurveyMonkey or whatever, like in mid-year, asking our employees how do they feel about their job? Like, like a wellness check.
Sure.
Because that's an HR thing, how are they feeling about their jobs?
I love that, Jan. I love that idea.
How do they feel about their jobs, or, how can their jobs be improved? Something
Sure.
that HR could put together that.
I like that too, like a climate survey?
Yes, yeah, because
What we do with students.
I think that we should be, especially since we're growing so fast, and maybe a question in there is, what do you need to make your job go easier or better? Because we're growing leaps and bounds, and our employees need to be able to express their frustration somehow, or their needs. Some way making this survey where they can and you would have to target it by department so you know where it's coming from. But, be able to express what they need to, so that their jobs, they can, feel that they can do a better job.
Right, are you referring to, excuse me, departments, school sites, are we talking how?
I'm
District-wide?
thinking of our classified,
Okay,
so I'm thinking in IT, I'm thinking
Okay.
of maintenance and, everywhere. I'm also thinking of, for teachers, maybe you wanna regulate it by grade levels, or, we all have we need to do, like you said, a climate kind of a thing. This is your bailiwick, not mine.
okay,
I don't wanna usurp what you know your job to be, but I think we should be getting a feel about how our employees, especially since we're growing, this
Right.
is,
And again, like the high school does this currently right now, but they've hired a consultant to come in and kind of help us establish this idea, right? And gain insight into, but they provide, because you're already doing what
Yeah, so
you have
much, yeah.
enough on your plates. And so sometimes in certain areas, sometimes it's great to bring in a consultant just that focuses on our
That's a
areas
good
of
idea.
customer service. How do we interact? How do we interact as a department? What do staff, because that was one of the questions that we get posed. What departments did you interact with? And what was that interaction? Were they timely? Were they efficient? So there's key words and there's percentages depending on what you mark on there. And it's anonymous, but then that department gets that feedback. And so the objective is a 5 is overall you're doing awesome. But if you've got a 1 or a 2, okay, then we need to work on replying
Right.
within 24 hours or whatever it was that, folks that interacted specifically with your department and had positive things to say or things perhaps that weren't so great, but it was very informative because it gave you something to kind of work from to say as a department, okay, because we even do it as a migrant staff. What do we need to do as a migrant staff to help the engagement that we have within our internal community and perhaps external, depending on who does the survey. But it's really been helpful to kind of get that look in the mirror type from people within your organizations to really give you feedback on how they think you're doing.
well, we're growing so fast. We have what, 700, you said 33?
Almost 700 employees.
Almost 700, and you have 4 employees? 6? I see 4 here, I don't know.
so we have Carla, Marissa, Avelina, Marisela, Kate,
And you,
And
so
yes.
it's 6.
yes, that's 2 more than we had
I know, because you were at
7
4.
months ago. So thank you for that,
Right,
truly,
right.
so,
But again, this is
Right.
just kind of,
We're talking
'cause
out
you were
loud
talking
here.
we're
climate
trying to
and
live
whatnot,
within
but
our meetings
again,
in HR.
we don't want to
Right.
put more work on you as far as
No,
but again, your collaboration with,
everyone,
Ms. Peterson
Sure.
from the high school,
Yes.
because again, they've been working with this company for 2, 3, 4 years now,
Right.
and so it really has helped, I think, just kind of bring things to the surface and things that the administration knows, okay, we need to support perhaps our classified
Right.
a little better
Right.
with better training
Right.
or better, with customer service or engagement or whatever it is, right? Whatever that comes out to be. But I think the investment in looking at certain companies to kind of help us get better at what we're doing, especially the bigger we become, it gets lost somehow.
We will definitely take that into consideration. We currently have the Kelvin Pulse Survey, which I'll talk a little bit about during my presentation. It is a
Okay.
check-in where we check in not only with students but with parents and staff that choose to participate to ask them more generalized questions of how they're feeling, when it's as associated to the climate survey, but I think these are great ideas, and we can sit and brainstorm on how to take these considerations and move forward.
Well, I think it's really important that we get a good feel about how our employees are feeling.
Sure.
And what we as the employers, are our expectations correct?
Yes.
I know I asked for this report last month. Thank you for making that happen, and thank you, Linda. This is way beyond what I even thought would be provided, and it's an eye opener.
Yeah.
And here we are, fresh ideas coming from this report. From you. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Well, and I want to commend you on, it looks like your sense of organization within your department is right on point. You know, I loved that in this report, you put pictures with the names, faces with the names.
Which is nice.
Well, even employees know, you know, I was an employee, okay, I need to talk to her.
But then how you have each one, you know, responsible for very specific details and not a lot of overlap. And so, you may have a staff of 6, but you're using them really, really well. And we're getting the job done. And, you know, we don't have backlogs of this, and, you know, you're on top of all of the vacancies that we have. And you've got other people that are out looking and all of that. So, so your leadership, is on point.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you so much.
It's really cool.
I'll be back, hopefully not, it won't take another 4 years.
Okay, where are we at here?
Superintendent's report.
We are now at the superintendent's report.
Okay, so we'll switch gears a little bit. Tonight I have the privilege, this is one of my favorite reports, and I'm losing audience, so it's just that it's getting late, I understand. This is where I talk and explain and, you know, let the public know some of the things that we're doing up to this point, from July 1 up to this point, as associated to the board goals that the Board of Trustees selected earlier in the school year. So we will go that way. Tonight you received 2 packets from me. One called the district goals, report on district goals, and the second one is green and white. And that, as we talk about where are we at and planning for moving forward, that is the updated organizational chart for the board to view and to consider when we talk about where to move forward. So we will jump right into the district goals. And let's see, do I point this way?
Yeah, sure.
I know, you can't see the pictures, so you don't know. Oh, there we go.
Let's see,
Just downward.
down. There we go. So as a quick review, I will not read all of that teeny tiny print, but this is what the board's role is. They create the vision and the mission, which in turn impacts the policies, which in turn impacts the priorities for the district, the initiatives, and become my roadmap, my pacing guide, the direction that as the one employee for the board takes to guide the district and the initiatives. So you can review that at your leisure, but it explains the role of each one of these steps. And we will move forward. So the first goal that I'll talk about is student achievement, and these goals, earlier in the school year, I'll let the public know, earlier in the school year, the board had a special board meeting, and they took a look at the LCAP, the current LCAP goals. From those LCAP goals, the board then created other goals that would guide the work that the district is conducting. And I have the privilege tonight to talk about this. However, I would say that all 600 plus employees have a part in this progress. Everyone from classified staff in the yard duty ranks, custodians, maintenance, everyone, I'm including everyone, front office staff, to the classroom teachers, to the support staff, the special education specialists, the administrators, and so on, the staff here at the district office. Everyone has a role in allowing us to complete these actions. And tonight I'm going to talk very generalized of what we've accomplished. We will get more into detail at a future date. But first and foremost, we're looking at students. So when we look at student achievement, some of the breakdowns that the higher topics that the district trustees chose to focus on are early literacy and science of reading implementation, multilingual learner support, inclusive classrooms, mental health and wellness. As you see, under each category, I have briefly listed some of the things that we have already either started, we've completed, or we're in the process of doing as a district. So for example, for early literacy and the science of reading, we know that we have path rotations and schedules. We also have supplemental programs such as Zern, AR, Lexia, which are some of the programs that the board has been interested in. We've talked about, and we know that we have staffing and training in place. This includes the teachers, this includes the classified staff. If I move through each of the categories here, some of the ones that I want to call out because they're brand new, under multilingual learner support, Elevation is something that is fairly new in the district. It's a platform that allows the staff, and we have coordinator Mrs. Miller, Jennifer Miller, here at the district office that works heavily with Elevation. When you log into Elevation, you can see very clearly how many long-term English learners there are, how many English learners there are, how many initially IFEP students there are, and you can see where in the process they are in regards to being reclassified. Are they there yet? Do we need to submit forms, and so on. The HDLA ATDLE process is new to the district. What this is that the HDLA team, and they have a larger team that participates. They are recalibrating, I would say, in a general sense, their mission and their vision and their purpose of being a dual language school. What they do, they've been meeting with a consultant. They are looking at what they do as a program and what they should be doing as a program. They're I would call it recalibrating. There's probably a better way to say that, but in a nutshell, that's what it is. And I think that is very much important work, since it is the largest school in our district and it has the largest staff, the largest number of students. So I'm very excited about this process for them. When we look at inclusive classrooms, I'm just going to briefly highlight, new to our district is I would say the extensive and continued collaboration between special education and the Educational Services Department. What they have done, and this is new, they have gone to every school site and have gone into the classrooms as a team. One educational services member, and then one special education team member. And they have gone into the classrooms and done walkthroughs. And this is not evaluatory in any way. It is to observe, to see what's going on out there. They have regular meetings, and I think that what this shows, it's a commitment to the fact that we are working in collaboration with each other as the departments move forward toward this concept. We also have MTSS. MTSS is a big program for our district. We are, I would say, trying to launch in a uniform approach so that all schools, we have many different sites, and they are at different steps of the process. So we're looking at ensuring that all students are supported through MTSS, and that we're looking at children not only through the academic eyes, but also how are they doing emotionally, how are they doing socially, what is it that the whole child needs. When we look at mental health and wellness, we know that we have, and I apologize, I just noticed I have a typo, how embarrassing. We have a stellar SE staff and team. We have calming corners throughout the district. We have wellness centers. We also continue to provide the mental health first aid training that we provide to staff if they're interested. Here's the Kelvin Pulse implementation. That's a survey. It's real-time feedback from students, staff, and families about what they're feeling and how they see themselves in that moment of time. Are they feeling supported, etc.? Can we improve and implement some of these other ideas? I think so, and that's something that we could look forward to. We also have our SE team. They collaborate with programs and organizations such as Saluna, Open Doors, Daybreak, and universities. We are very fortunate in that our staff are well connected, our coordinator is well connected, and she's able to have interns join, or folks that are interested in completing clinical hours. I think that when we talk about staffing and how to increase staffing and recruitment, that is key. We always open our doors to folks that are interested in, one, if they've cleared obviously all the technical stuff, but if they're interested in completing clinical hours, student teacher hours, and we even go further than that and accommodate mini-core college students. These are students that are part of the migrant program or have been part of the migrant program, and they have not completed their degree yet. They're probably underclassmen, but they come and support. R.O. Hardin has a fabulous relationship with Mini-Core, and they often get the Mini-Core college students that come out. So it's great. In regards to math and English language arts progress, we continue to have professional development. Some of the professional development is in person, some of it is virtual, some of it is on demand, and staff are able to access it. We also have intervention support for English language arts. We have, as we've seen in the past month or so, when the CASP scores were released, we have demonstrated as a district that we have positive highlights throughout the district and throughout our student groups. So that is something that I think we will continue to celebrate as we move into a new cycle of CASP testing. We have a district-wide math improvement plan. We work with Math on Track. With that, we also want to focus in on IABs, the assessments, and how we're administering them, what we're doing with that data, and so on. We have professional development for Eureka Math. I recently saw a survey, asking staff, what their thoughts are as we prepare for future professional development.
So a question,
Yes.
because you mentioned the CASP scores.
Yes.
And so there were certain districts, certain sites that definitely needed more support than others. And I think, looking at who needs the support, right? And why.
Yes.
Because a lot, is their population, student population, and what they're made, their demographics. But focusing on their specific need, and I think we get more
bang for a buck.
Yes. In relative terms, yes. I think it's because sometimes we try to throw too much at them, and it's like, okay, if we're low in math, let's work it. What additional supports do you need to help with that?
Yes, that's the other part of the question is also, because I asked this question and I don't know if we were able to find an answer yet. Have we surveyed the teachers on how they feel about Eureka Math?
If we have not, then that is something that we can work on.
Yeah, because I did ask if we, I'd like to know. I see a math teacher there.
No, we have not had a survey about Eureka Math.
We can work on that.
And from your own knowledge, what would you say?
I would say that Eureka Math Squared is probably better than the original Eureka version.
survey coming out in the next few days, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. But you're not super pleased.
Yeah, like, we'd like to explore other options as we come up on the adoption cycle.
Especially if we're doing the collaborative math initiative, I think out of that collaborative, I think we should really consider, you know, what their feedback is and work on, you know, what some of those, the ideas coming out of that collaboration. I think we gain more buy-in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the teachers didn't have buy-in on the Eureka Math. That was solely picked by, Mr. Ochoa.
So
We need to have teacher input.
I have written that down. I think it is important whenever we have a program that there is participation, you know, and when we pick a curriculum, it is a big investment and it is something that the district will use for many years. So I have that in my notes and we will work on that.
Yeah.
Thank you. When we move on to safe spaces, which was also one of the priority areas that the board picked for tonight, or excuse me, as a goal,
Right.
as a focus area, we have an improvement science cycles in progress that includes a focus in 2022 of chronic absenteeism. If we focused in on it in 2022, it doesn't mean that we're done focusing in on it. We are continuously revisiting it, and we have several cycles in place. With that, we are also looking at the site climate, which I think we've talked about, you've talked about tonight, so we will continue to look at that. When the administrators gather together and when we talk about things like in DA, we look at that. It seems like it's always me. Right? I'm always talking when this alarm triggers. So we also are looking at the facilities and facilities master planning. We know that when there are clean and safe spaces that staff and students can work and learn in, that is beneficial. We look at the MTSS model, the PBIS model, and then again, our social emotional support. And again, this is a very generalized, I think, public overview of where we're at and what we're doing with the board goals and actions that the board suggested or recommended for us to move forward with. Fiscal health, what you'll see is that each one of the goals has fiscal health embedded, because we know that when our budget is balanced, we're able to function as a district and move forward with the actions that the board has selected for our students and for our staff. Okay.
And that's only because we have a qualified and exceptional financial wizard behind the, she's looking around. That's you, Missy.
So this screen, at the end of every goal, there will be a screen like this that just has screenshots of different things. And this will be the only time I'll review it, because it's self-explanatory, I would say. I know the font is small, but we have like a flyer for PD. We have the assessment calendars that include the special ed assessments along with the general ed assessments. We have a posting for an after-school intervention position where we want to supplement what's happening during the day. We have an SE newsletter. We have a screenshot from Elevation that has the breakdown of all of the English learner data at your fingertips as soon as you log in. We see that one of our supplemental programs includes reading when we talk about AR, and again, we're focused in on the emotional support and well-being of students, and we have a celebration for World Kindness Day.
Right.
So just little snippets happening across the district. Goal number 2 is staff success, as it pertains to the LCAP goal number 2 of staffing staff. So when we talk about staff success, the board selected instructional development, teacher recruitment and retention, and staffing and human resources. For instructional development, we have in-person and virtual professional development opportunities. The educational services team has produced this very beautiful online and catalog that's live of professional development. You can see the year offerings for all these different categories, but you could also break it down by month, and I'll have a little screenshot on that last slide that pertains to this goal. We have also Nest. We heard Linda talk about Nest, but then we're also about to launch Boost. Next week is the orientation for Boost. This is our program that mirrors Nest, but it is for classified staff. And for the onset of it, we will be focusing in on supporting paraprofessionals. We have so many of them, so let's jump in and launch that program. We also have staff here at the district office that provide office hours to support any questions that might come from the sites. When we look at teacher recruitment and retention, we provide the induction support. Back in the day, when some of us had to take induction, we had to drive to the Santa Cruz County Office of Ed right after work just to try to make it. So I'm always so happy to know that we can provide it here locally, because it's one less thing that our staff have to worry about jumping in the car and driving over. We have substitute staff support for certificated and classified staff. We provide here through the Educational Services Department and HR support for our subs. We have partnerships, as we've heard, with the various MOUs with various different universities. When we talk about staffing and human resources, we have made it our mission to reduce contracted services. It does not mean that we are not servicing the students. We are, I would call it, pounding the pavement to find staff. It is difficult in this day and age to find staff that want to work in special ed, or sometimes even in education. However, we're thinking outside the box. I think we have a very healthy collaboration among the departments that are involved to make this happen. The board has the vision and the mindset to talk about this publicly and inspire some of the agreements that you will take into consideration tonight further on in the agenda that are tied to staffing and reducing contracted services. And then there's a list that Linda talked about as far as what recruitment fairs her staff have already attended this fall. Okay. Oh, yes. And then again, fiscal health as it pertains to staff success, because we have to maintain a healthy budget and maintain all of our ratios in check. So some of these little screenshots just include the support that's provided. This one in the middle is the catalog. It's available through the HSD links on the upper left-hand corner of your Chromebook. You can click on it and you can peruse it at your leisure. The staff update it regularly. And again, we have the different universities that have already been attended and the job fair postings. The third goal of the LCAP and that the board is working with are our parents. How are we supporting them and how are we engaging them? So part of the indicator includes staff at school sites will support families in becoming more engaged in their child's education. So when we talk about staff, we clearly know our liaisons. When they connect with families, they help families feel comfortable. We talked about families perhaps being afraid or being uncomfortable. The liaisons are key. When there is that connection, we know that families will benefit from it, and in turn their students will. The secretarial staff, our principal Espinosa tonight talked about how welcoming it is and how important that is for the Ardo Hardin staff and site when they walk in, that they're feeling welcomed. That includes all of the secretarial staff, in my opinion, as well. As the administrators at some school sites, we have yard duties, we have classified staff, we have teachers that stand and greet families or say goodbye at the end of the day. I think all of that ties in. We have parent communication through Parent Square. We can pinpoint which families are not answering or not viewing the message or not looking at the text messages. We have the capability of knowing when those messages are opened or when they're ignored. And I think that detailed level of connection to families is key, because then we can reach out to them in a different way. Relevant information, we have pared down some of the information we're sending out. Before, we used to send out, I would say, advertisements, different things. We saw and we heard from the community, from the parents, that it was overload.
Yeah, less is
So
more.
what we have focused in on is internal communication, and then agencies that directly benefit students. So for example, about a month ago, there was information on the food bank, on the Salvation Army, when there's a vaccination clinic, a literacy summit that will be coming up, and so on. So I think that that will help with perhaps the information overload. We also have an increased parent engagement and education support, and we want that district-wide. So we have school community and events, such as parent meetings. We heard about the migrant program and their PAC meetings. We have community schools in the district that one of their priorities is to connect their families and their students with local resources. When we go to the back to school nights for community schools, we see tables for community organizations there. It could be the pantry, it could be the San Bernardino County Health Foundation, it could be local, maybe a dentist. So what we're trying to do, and what the sites are trying to do, are connect resources with the families in a very easy manner that's, I think, approachable, that parents can find not threatening in any way. We also have family events throughout the district. There are some cultural celebrations, there's holiday celebrations, we have evening events, community collaborations, we have student attendance support that happens here at the district office, but also at the school sites. And we will continue to work on that and hone in our approach to increasing student attendance. And again, fiscal health as it pertains to this goal. And then here's a little screenshot of the different things going on. We have videos, we have, supporting families with their absences, their child's absences. We have a family night at one of the school sites, and so on. Goal 4, this is the last goal, facilities. Facilities are important when we talk about, we understand that they are our greatest asset when it comes to a material thing that is not human resources. So we look forward to this. So some of the ideas and some of the concepts that have been coming out, and the work that has been coming out of facilities, Director Bazette and I look back at the work tickets, and since July 1st, there have been over 300 plus work tickets assigned to his department.
Just from July 1?
From July 1. So what those include, it could be minor things such as the doorknob fell off a door. It could be something major as the door fell off. I'm making those two things up. This year we have had, with the warmer weather, with the construction happening at certain sites, we are dealing with pests. Some of those deal with pests. Some of them are potential a leak on a portable, things like that. We, as a district, as a team, try to complete as many tasks internally. The staff that are in the maintenance department have an astronomical historical knowledge of where every pipe is, every sprinkler is, where every hidden gem is in the district. So we are very fortunate in that there are very experienced folks on that team that oftentimes can complete the job instead of hiring a contractor. So I think that that is an asset to the district. We also have a new project that's being completed currently called iWave. What it is that district-wide, there are air purification units already installed last week and currently being installed as we finalize the project on all campuses, with every air unit associated like to the classrooms, district-wide. What that will do is that will purify the air in the classrooms.
So we don't need those little cardboard units anymore?
No, it's much stronger than that. It's a newer technology that is tied to, that's not the term, but it is associated with the air unit that's associated with the classroom. I'm curious because I like data, knowing when we are installing, and if I could fast forward 5 years from now, did that increase our attendance? Because maybe less people will get sick during the winter months. I like data that way, so I'm curious to track that. We also have carpet replacement projects that have happened at multiple rooms at Calaveras, HDLA, Sunny Slope, and Rancho. We will continue to work throughout the district as we identify other classrooms or surface areas that need to be recarpeted.
Aren't we on like a schedule?
We're looking, yes, well, we have priorities throughout the district. We also are now, because of our issues with pest treatment, we're conducting monthly interior treatments, and we're seeking long-term solutions. We also have a really big construction project that will be starting soon. We're very excited for the central kitchen. I know that directors Couture and Bazetta have been involved in meetings, and they will continue. They will be busy folks as we construct the central kitchen for the benefit of our students. And then I know that the team, Aaron and Brian, are already planning for summer 2026 projects and what can be completed on the sites that won't be utilized during the summer. One of the big areas of focus for the board is the facilities master plan. We are working with Capital Public Finance Group and to create a long-term plan. What are we going to do with the needs that we have as our enrollment grows? Where can we build? Do we need to build? Do we need to add classrooms? And so on. All of those answers will be, all of those questions will be answered and talked about in this facilities master plan. The trustees will have an input session in January that is up and coming, where they will be able to share their feedback and ask questions and so on. So I'm excited about that. We're on track with that process. We're also currently working on the facilities use agreement. We've had several meetings regarding this. We're currently reviewing a document. We've discussed what are our needs as a district. I know the city is discussing what their needs are. Both sides, both teams are using legal counsel, so I will leave it at that in regards to the conversations that we're having and how to move forward with that. We also have board reports that have one so far that has been completed that included the financial information. And then as a superintendent, when there's a sewage leak that happened by, like at our garden earlier this year, that a city pipe breaks, I'll let you know as soon as possible when they are higher level types of things that you should know about. And again, fiscal health as it relates to facilities, and here are some of the things as visuals as it pertains to facilities. And do you have any questions for me? It is a privilege to share what staff are working on, and again, I could probably spend all day naming every single person that has contributed to these actions and the completed tasks already and those that will be up and coming. It is the entire staff, almost 700 folks that contribute to this. It really is.
Just a note, once you start digging up the foundation for the central kitchen, you're gonna have so many mice inside the district office that you might wanna buy extra mice traps, mouse traps.
Yep.
That is a heads up.
Heads up.
Oh
Yes.
boy.
Mice are coming.
Yes. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah. They're not the nutcracker mice either. Okay. Now we're looking at the, consent items. They are, number 14, A through G. And I need someone to make, a motion. The board policies are in 16, aren't they?
That's in the 16.
Okay, so I need someone to make a motion on the, consent item.
I'll make a motion that we approve consent items A through G.
Second?
Okay, trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Toski.
Aye.
Trustee Rios.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. So 5-0. Here we go. Now we're going to do the approval of the board meeting minutes of November 18th. I need to have a, motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes for November 18th, 2025.
Okay, I need a second.
I second that.
And trustee O'Connor
Aye.
and trustee Toski,
Aye.
trustee Rios,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well, 5-0. Okay, now we're going to go to discussion action item 16. And this is on discussion and approval of board policy and administration regulation updates. And there is something I would like to say on this before you want to present?
Certainly.
Or do you want me to just have my little thing?
It's your meeting, you do it any way you want.
Well, does any board members have anything to say about these policies?
I have a few things.
Okay,
So generally, you know, she can give us an overview.
why don't you give us an overview?
Looks like we have a new mic.
Okay.
Like a rock star. Okay, so as we usually do, every board meeting, we bring you a set of revised board policies. This brings the 5,000 series, which is students, all up to date. Through the last quarterly update that CSBA did, we kind of broke the block up into November and December because it was an awful lot. As usual, these are all board revisions that are recommended by CSBA. I'll let you know if there are others that are not, but these are all recommended by CSBA. And we have a new board policy and administrative regulation in there having to do with preschool and early childhood development. We haven't had one. It's not new to CSBA, it's just new to this district, but we are working on a plan to potentially open up some sort of an early childhood program. So we want to get ahead of it by having the policy in place ahead of time. So that's the only significant thing that's in here. So I'd be more than happy to go through all of your questions.
Okay, board trustee Rios, would you like to start first?
Oh, let's see, where to begin? First of all, I did submit a number of questions, and I appreciate the cabinet answering those questions very promptly this morning. I think one of the questions I had regarding the absences and excuses, AR 5113, and I'm thinking about this only because my mind went to visions of abuse of it. And that is item 4 about attending funeral services. And it talks about a person so closely associated with the student to be considered immediate family. And wondering about how, you know, everybody is a tia and auntie and uncle in this city. You know, I used to joke when I worked at Calaveras, there were 4 families that went to Calaveras because everybody was related to everybody. And so, you know, because we have a problem with, or we're tackling the chronic absenteeism and so forth, whether or not language like that can be so subjective. And, you know, would we in a situation with a chronically absent student monitor, because the parents have to give a reason why their student is absent. And so if it's for this funeral and that funeral and another funeral and another funeral and all of that kind of a thing, do we have a way to monitor that?
So, I will say that our administrators have a pretty good pulse on the families, the ones that have the tias, you know, living in the household, which may be closer, and the ones that are maybe seem to be chronic funeral attendees. So I would not want to get in between them and their families, but I think they probably have a really good pulse on that. But what I'll say from the attendance standpoint is, even if it's an excused absence, it's an absence, and you can still be truant with chronic absenteeism, even with excused absences. So I would not say that this is a hall pass from the standpoint of, oh, well, they're gone all the time because they have so many unfortunate events in their family, and so we can't do anything about it. Well, even for medical notes, and medical note and medical appointments, doctor's notes are excused absences. But you can still be SARBed, you can still be chronically absent with excused absences. So if your concern is whether or not it'll be abused, I really do think that our site administrators really have a feel for what's going on in those families. And while it's their call, I don't feel like it would be a problem, and I don't know that it's ever come up to be a problem, but all of the absences are brought in when it comes to truancy and chronic absenteeism, so.
Okay. And then I have read in a couple different policies about supporting students with missed assignments and tests. And, attendance recovery programs and so forth. And in some places I saw the word required. And, so my question was, can we really require a student to stay after school, come on a Saturday, whatever it might be that we might develop? And
So,
what is the teacher's involvement?
Well, there's two different things. Can we require that a student come to a Saturday school? It's part of a disciplinary type of a deal. I believe in our conference with families, we can make that and I'm using air quotes, a requirement, but we can't use it as any kind of required, you have to, for attendance recovery. All attendance recovery needs to be voluntary.
Yeah.
Now, we strongly encourage, Junior's not gonna be able to go to the end of the year field trip because he's got too many absences, or, whatever it is. But if he attends on Saturday, or if he stays after school for 4 days a week, he can do work, get caught up, and then we can make up his absences. So that's where we strongly encourage. So with the two different things that are there, can we, in certain circumstances, yes, a school can, but not necessarily for making up absences, and we cannot require anybody to do a Saturday school or an after school with the intent that it make up absences. Those all have to be voluntary.
Okay. And do we currently have at our sites some sort of support for the students' absences, like for support with their work, because you miss, 5 classes of math, you are so far behind, or you're reading or something like that, to where we have the availability, because it's in the policies that there should be something. And
So earlier this school year, we as an administrative team, along with the site teams, I'm including them, the site administrators, we talked about an attendance recovery plan that each one could consider and implement. We have a couple of schools that I believe are about to launch or are already doing it. As far as an attendance recovery, whether it's after school or it could even be before school, depending on what time the school starts. However, we are in development of that as we go into that second part of
I
the,
like that
of the
idea
year.
though.
Mhm.
I think we need to start thinking outside the box to figure out ways that we can tap into what, I don't know if the after-school programs, if those count or not, but.
They do, and we have, intervention teachers that help at various schools. They all have to be hired, it's all voluntary. They come in and help students that need a little extra help with their homework.
Right.
Homework and an extended education day, again, it really translates into let me help you do your homework,
Right.
is a component of the ELOP and the ACES program. So that's one of the things that all of the students that are in the after-school programs are participating in. And as the superintendent said, because I see the request for personnel come through, we are ramping up on intervention teachers. I know that Jill, who was here earlier today, I don't remember if she mentioned it or not,
She did.
but she's got intervention teachers that are gonna be starting after the first of the year. So, you know, she's already got that plan in the program.
That, because we've started doing that in our after-school, academies, that we actually will put the students who attend on this roster so that we can try to gain some, you know, ADA from those students.
And we actually started that last year.
Yeah.
So, it's continuing into this year as a program for attendance recovery.
Yeah, it's great. Go ahead.
Okay, this is on, let me get the right,
Board policy
yeah.
or
AR 5113. And this is,
And absences, excused absences.
right, and it's, number, under method of verification, this is number 4, under physician's verification. And number B, it says, if a student shows a pattern of chronic absenteeism due to illness, district staff may require physician verification of any further student absences. This is the only place that I found where we may ask for a physician verification, as I look. And for whatever reason, some people have this idea about 3 days. That if they're out for 3 days, we need to have a physician.
That's an employee. And maybe that's where that
Well,
connection is.
No, but,
No, it was, when my kids were in school, that was what you had to do.
Really?
yeah, well, there is part in Ed Code, Erica was gonna look it up, that says something about 3 days, but we don't have it in our policy. So we need to, if we're gonna ask people to go to a doctor and get 3 days and pay, then we need to have it in our policy.
For students.
For students.
Yeah.
Okay, it did not come up as an update from our current policy to the newest one, it's in CSBA.
So then we can't be telling, principals can't be saying, and secretaries can't be saying, you need a doctor's note. Because that's what's being said.
I believe it's customary. I don't believe that it's part of Ed Code. I think that in the educational.
Well, in our district, it is being said.
Yes.
So we need to nixay that and say, you cannot say to a parent, you have to have a doctor's note after 3 days, because it is not in our policy.
Because somewhere too, I know, especially special education related, it was drilled into us, you could never, ever ask a parent to take the kid to a doctor for an assessment or whatever, otherwise we as a district would have to pay for it.
Okay.
And so would this fall under the same kind of guidance?
I can take it further where I know that someone had doctor's notes that didn't include like a certain day, and we got a nasty letter that it was missing a day from a hospital. This is how picky they were. So we cannot have this.
We can
So-
calibrate.
Yes, we can, and the notes from CSBA on this particular section are, the following optional paragraph provides the means for verifying an excuse for confidential medical services without inquiring into the nature of medical services. It tends to happen in the older students, but also for the the district may request verification. It says the following optional paragraph provides that after absences for illness on multiple occasions, the student may be required to bring a note from a physician to verify the illness. If the student does not have access to medical services in order to obtain such verification, the district may assist the student in obtaining medical consultation if it's required. So I believe what I'm hearing from there is potentially an effort to assist students that might have medical issues.
I don't think we should have it in there, period. Are we gonna pay for a medical appointment?
No, I'm just telling you what their notes are. It doesn't say that we will. This is just, they're giving us background and context for this.
Well, I don't want it to be misinterpreted that we tell children that they have to go see a doctor. We cannot tell parents to go to the doctor.
Okay.
We're
So
not gonna
how
pay
would you
for it.
like to modify that paragraph?
I'd like to see,
Because it's your policy.
I understand.
Okay.
Maybe I want you guys to come back with something new.
Okay.
So you gotta give me some guidance.
Well, I got more. Let's go to parent,
I think that SAR also puts into their plans for students who are at that level about doctor's notes
well,
as part of their.
SARB is not in our board
Right.
policy.
But if we send students to SARB,
It'll be asked.
it'll be us.
Well, I don't know, that's where you guys have to,
Well, I guess what I'm looking for is, I hear what you're saying. I'm just looking for how you would like, because it does say it's an optional paragraph.
mhm.
So do you want that paragraph modified? Do you want that paragraph stricken?
Well, let me go to the next one, cause,
Okay.
the next one, I don't know.
Okay.
All I know is that we are telling parents that you have to have a doctor's note after 3 days.
We may ask, well, we're telling, what I'm hearing you say is
If,
we're,
no,
it's
we
being
are
said at
saying
school
you
sites.
must have it.
Okay.
At the 3 schools that my grandson has gone to, that has what has been said to my daughter and son-in-law.
Okay, so we need to communicate with our
At
site.
3
we'll
different
calibrate.
schools.
Yes, we'll
We
calibrate,
calibrate.
there you go.
So that's all I know.
Okay.
All right, now, under parental notification, number 3, says notify parents, guardians, that a student shall not have a grade reduced or lose academic credit for any excused absence if missed assignments and tests that can reasonably be provided are satisfactorily completed within reasonable period of time. Such notice shall include the full text of Ed Code, blah, 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 blah. What is reasonable? So I have a student that goes
For
to,
interpretation, yes.
I have a student who goes to, Rancho, San Yusto. And that school says 2 weeks. And I have a student that goes to HGLA, and that school says 1 week. So what policy, we have 10 schools. We cannot have 10 different policies.
Well, and I think that goes to the superintendent saying we need to calibrate. I don't
That's
disagree.
exactly what we have to do. We have to have a set number of days.
Yep, I agree.
We cannot have reasonable, because reasonable
It's
can
up
be,
for interpretation.
right, so since we have so many schools, we have to have, and again, that's site administrators and district administrators coming together and coming up with a plan.
Would you like us to bring back 5113?
Yes.
Okay, we could do that.
So that's how I feel about that. Because I think that we all need to be on the same page.
So the BP and the AR.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
And I think, yeah, in regards to the physician's verification, why don't you find out about SARB and see if we have to, I don't know.
What documentation is gonna be required as we if we have to transition into SAR, we have to kind of prove everything that, all the steps we've taken, right? When it
Yeah,
comes to
so I think we
attendance.
have to follow that through.
Well, and perhaps we could kind of just edit it to where it says, district staff may require
No, we can't
I
do
would
may, not within schools.
Well, but if we take out the word require, you know, request, and then put in there parenthetically or clause-wise, but
Not
not
within schools.
required.
I'm sorry, we got too many interpretations.
But I think with this one too, it's also kind of a little bit of a case by case for the administrator knowing what's going on with the student and the family.
Everybody and their brother knew what was going on with this student, and they didn't seem to care. So, I'm sorry, we have to be specific.
So we will bring these, BP and AR 5113.
Yeah, I think we need to find out what SARB is gonna do and follow that process,
Sure, we can
so that we,
investigate that.
yeah, cause we don't wanna set them up if it's, you know. I have a problem thinking that a child would be SARBed if they have a legitimate illness.
Right.
I can't believe
I
that would
think
happen.
the 3-day customary policy tended to be about the child having a fever and still being contagious, that the secretaries would say, you need to go to the doctor. I mean, it was just common practice. So,
Now that they're gonna take health care away, so.
well,
The other, on, 5113.1, I said I wasn't gonna do it, but now I'm
Chronic
on.
absenteeism.
Yep.
The AR or the BP, please?
AR, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
No worries, no worries.
We need to make sure that our, offices work with their administrators or vice versa about the robocalls. And that, when a student is working with the, administration and the office, I do not understand why robocalls are sent out when they know a child is out ill.
could we ask Brandon, is there a possibility on those robocalls to put a pause if a child is working with the administration and there's a reason why the child's out, so they're not getting the robocalls?
They can be suppressed. And we will work with the sites to ensure that we're all calibrated on that. I can understand how that would be stressful if there's a child that is out and there's a doctor's note in place and the robocall is going. We can suppress those as a district.
So we'll teach all the principals how to do that?
We will definitely discuss that and ensure that they or their staff know how to do that.
Or even for our students who have just a chronic medical condition, you know,
Like
our
some of our
students who are the
special
medically
ed.
fragile,
Yeah.
or somebody who is, you know, dealing with cancer
Right.
or diabetes or something, and they
Yeah.
miss school frequently, and if
Right.
the school knows,
Right.
It was just harassment. Let's go to board policy 5141.5. And this is, board policy.
That's mental health.
Information and training. I'm on, this is new policy, and it's annually the superintendent or designee shall provide and require all certificated employees serving students in grades 7 to 12 to participate in at least one hour of cultural competency training to support lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning individuals. The district shall maintain records documenting the date that each employee completed the training and the name of the entity that provided the training. Do we do this training?
This is new policy.
Yeah, it's this new language, so we need to adopt it, and then we need to consider how that would be rolled out, and what that training would look like, and.
So this starts 2026?
Starts at, well, we wouldn't wait until
Adopt.
2026, we
Yeah.
need to adopt this policy so that we know that we as administration, and then working down through our administrators and
Okay.
with our bargaining partners, can develop that training and how that would, happen at the middle school.
I think with Jan's copies, because
Oh,
it's
black
not
and white.
colored. Yeah, it's
It's
only
black
black
and
and white, so she doesn't know that it's
Oh.
new language.
Underlined is new language,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, no, I knew it was new, cause I was underlined, I knew it was new, but I
Okay.
just didn't, do we have it set up, are we ready to go? I guess that's what I was.
Are you gonna approve the policy?
Right,
Yeah.
that would only be
Yeah,
based
does
on once we
Keenan
approve
offer
it.
that?
Keenan does offer that. We as a team of administrators, 2-3 years ago, we had an in-person training on cultural sensitivity that included all of these topics in this very room.
Mhm.
And we engaged in that, so that could be something we can consider as well. But Keenan is available to us, and we don't pay for it upfront, I would say, like a direct.
Right,
It's a
Like a
service,
module,
it's a
one of the
service,
modules.
like a module.
Okay.
Yeah, which are really pretty good, because one, we can track, we can assign them out,
Right.
and we can track whether or not they're completed, and
Right.
a lot of times they can be done,
Virtually,
potentially
right?
on an early
It's
release
virtual.
or,
yeah, virtual, yeah,
Yeah, they're all virtual.
yeah, that would be the way to do it.
And even though they're virtual, maybe it is done at a staff meeting, and so these virtuals can be done with the entire staff and assigning, and everybody does it all together.
Right,
So there's a lot of easy ways of doing it. We do a lot of things with classified staff training that way as well.
yeah, yeah.
That makes the most sense.
Everything else, we'll talk about this one. How good of a job we do.
So Board President Bliss and I had this conversation earlier today about mental health and how well, this is one of those programs in the district that has been a recent start. I would say one of the benefits of COVID
yeah.
and COVID funding. And as a district, not only did we embrace a social emotional team, and we, I think, jumped to the conclusion, that is the right conclusion, that students coming back from being away from the school sites would need support, and how in a short amount of time we've expanded and we've embedded the social emotional team into what we do on a daily basis at each and every one of the school sites, and how that is benefiting our students district-wide. So we were talking about how beneficial the social emotional team is when we think about mental health counseling and how we deal with student needs.
I think we've done an incredible job. And when you go to the school sites and when you talk to the teachers, they feel that too. I don't know what the rest of you have heard, but the teachers said to me it's been phenomenal.
This is the highest level of support I've ever seen.
Yes.
And I've been in this district since 1984. Highest level.
Yeah. I don't know, how do you guys feel? Do you feel that the kids are supported? Yeah. I think we do a really good job on that. We have a lot more things that we can work on, but I think that this area here, we need to toot our horn, because the kids, they deserve it. Okay. Does anybody else? Yes.
Some more, I wanna go back a little bit, because, President Grist, reminded me of something that I questioned in terms of, we've got 10 schools, and how do you judge this? On, board policy 5113.1, again, the chronic absence, on the first page, in the bottom paragraph, it talks about, for these students,
Are you on board policy?
board policy,
Okay.
yes. That strategies would be to have relevant and engaging learning experiences.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, how is that determined? What's relevant is pretty much clear cut, I would say. You know, you're teaching the standards or the curriculum or whatever it is, but the whole what's engaging for me is different from what's engaging for you. And I can't, as a teacher, I can't be 5 different people all at the same time for who needs this kind of engagement. And yet, you know, here it is in board policy that for my truant students, I have to be engaging.
Well, which may include, it doesn't
Right.
say which will include or have to include. It says that, you know.
So are we setting teachers up for criticism if, oh, that wasn't so engaging and you've got your truant student in class? I don't know. How do you judge that? But also on.
And that part's not new, that part's been in there for a while, but your point is well taken. You know,
Yeah,
what is engaging?
Yeah.
I think it's generic because engaging changes based on the population and the time. So
Right.
what's
The
engaging
subject
to a kindergartner
students.
is not going to be engaging to a 7th grader. And so it has, in my opinion, I think it has to be generic so that it applies district-wide to all the schools, all the grade levels.
Right.
We, as a district, I don't believe that I know of have ever criticized a teacher, you know, in a classroom if their approach to improving attendance has not been engaging for truant students. I mean, I think that we want to ensure that those staff that are out there know that, right?
And then, in AR 5113.1, a couple pages back, it talks about the 3rd truancy, which they're
11,
calling
3rd.
habitual truancy.
Mhm.
And so that means they have been truant for at least 9 days. Not consecutively necessarily.
Right.
But, it lists not only absent students, but students who are habitually disorderly during attendance. And it's the first time I've ever heard that, you know, somebody who is disorderly habitually can be referred to SAR.
Cause it says or, yeah.
Yeah, and so is that a legit thing? Or is it up to if we want to put it in, you know, or what? Because, I mean, you can't read anything online these days without teachers and principals reporting disorderliness during attendance in schools.
I don't know,
And-
what does that even mean?
We can't.
I can't hear your name.
You know, we can't suspend them for being disorderly, but we can send them to SAR.
It's an oxymoron.
And so I'm just wondering how this gets interpreted
Right.
by the community
See if I can.
and my teachers.
Beth is like, I don't wanna know.
We, as a district, have not reported students for being disorderly, but that is the language that appears in Ed Code section 48263. It specifically states disorderly,
Wow.
so it's a legal thing.
Okay,
Mhm.
so it has to be in here.
Well, it's an
It's
ed code.
referring to Ed
Yeah.
Code, yeah.
But we are doing so well. I mean, the last report that was given, I forgot who did it last time, about the number of students who are staying in class.
Oh, yeah,
And the
that's
lack
right.
of office referrals.
Right,
And so
right.
everything
Yeah.
that we're doing is working.
Yeah.
I remember working with Kip at Lad Lane and how many kids came through your office? Just a couple. Yeah.
Just a couple.
But, I think we're doing good.
Yeah, that reference does come from, I'm looking at the notes in CSBA, that reference does come, from Ed Code 48263 and 48264.5. That references disorderly. It doesn't give us a measure, you know, or a guidance on what is disorderly. I think each teacher would be a very good judge of their class as to what's disorderly in their class and what's not. If you're doing an engaging, and I'm looking back at our teachers, if you're doing an engaging activity which has everybody up and going and it might look disorderly to somebody walking by, it might also be an engaging activity.
Right.
You know, I don't know, is it subjective? Sure it is, but as subjective as the student is, and what is an engaging activity, as you brought up earlier, so.
I'm going to venture to give an example. So disorderly during attendance at school. What I would think that means is the student's already on campus, however, they may be a social butterfly and be talking in the hallway and not in their seat when attendance is being taken, because Ed Code is very specifically, it's quote, disorderly during attendance at school. So they may just not be where they're supposed to be while attendance is being taken. So I think that's what it refers to.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay.
All right.
And I would imagine that teachers, if it were something, you know, that was taking over their classroom on kind of a daily or very habitual basis, that they would be referring for student study teams and that sort of thing, so hopefully that will do. And then I think I have some questions about AR 5131.41, the seclusion restraint. Some of the different parts in there seem to contradict each other, the languages. In some parts it talks about behavioral restraint shall not be used in any form, and then down below it talks about when you use behavioral restraint, it can't be any longer than is necessary. And so, you know, it says shall not be used, but then it says, well, yeah, you can use it.
Well, I think that the important thing, and your question, we had a very long conversation in cabinet about this, the nuances of this. On the second page at the top, it says, seclusion and behavioral restraint of students shall not be used in any form as a means of coercion, discipline, convenience, or retaliation. That really says you don't use restraint unless you get down into the other areas, which is a safety issue kind of a deal. And then it defines what is and what isn't restraint. So back in the day, I'm reading a book, you know, the kids that maybe were not being well behaved were restrained in the way of putting them in a room by themselves and closing the door.
Right.
Okay, that was discipline. Well, you can't do that anymore. I don't know that this is necessarily talking or being threatened to do that. If you don't calm down, I'm going to put you in that room. That's coercion having to do with the discipline. I think that's really drawing that line right there that says you only use restraint when you really need to use restraint, and it's because of the safety of the student, in particular, or other students and adults in the area. So, and then it defines what's not restraint. So I see where, you know, you could read that can't be used in any form, but it really is saying, it's not a, you know, I'm gonna call your mom. A warning, that's a discipline, that's a coercion if you don't behave. You can't restrain a student for those reasons, but there are valid reasons for the safety of the student, other students and adults when you can, and then how do you do that? And Dr. Gutierrez said, and everybody who can do it has been trained on when you can, and in what circumstances and how. And if you haven't been trained, you probably shouldn't be doing it at all. So there's a lot of good information that's shared with special ed, you know, staff.
And that's why the focus is de-escalation, so that we don't go into those limited uses of restraint.
Yeah, all of our staff are trained, and we, as you mentioned, de-escalation is a strategy. We want to look at triggers, be proactive. However, when trained staff has to utilize restraints because they've attempted to use de-escalation, behavior is continuous and it's dangerous, and it may harm the student or others. And so that's when it's used, but there's also, they have to follow the guidelines of training. And no one who has, only staff who have been trained can participate in that event when it's necessary.
And then for a length of time, correct?
For a length of time, short period of time.
Yeah.
And then any restraint has to be reported
Correct.
to the administrator, side parent. We have to do a behavior emergency report.
Okay.
Thank you.
You asked some, it was shared with everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Board member Rios went through and looked at a lot of them and asked some very good questions, which prompted, great conversations among the cabinet team as we were all pitching in to answer them, so I do appreciate that. Somebody's looking at these things. I know you do, but, appreciate it.
Well, I think that, knowing what's in the board policies is important for us, because this is what, helps guide parents and community with complaints. It helps us to know, and staff to know, what they can, can't, shouldn't, what's best practices, to do in different situations, and so.
And one of the board members, and it may have been board member Griston, asked the question, do administrators know? The board agendas are shared out to principals and assistant principals when they're shared out to you. That agenda has a listing every single month of board policies that are updated. That is notice that they should at least look at them, and they can see what's changed. But usually, and it will end up being tomorrow, but usually by the end of the board meeting, if you guys approve these, I've got them updated in a couple of days. So they're also available on our website. There's not too much of a lag on those unless, life gets in the way. So do they know? They should know, because they've been given notice. And if they're not sure, they can go to the website and ask the question. And there are administrators who will call up and say, hey, I've got this situation and I think we can do, but I'm not sure what that board policy is. They do that all the time. That's what we're here for, is to support them in that.
Right.
So when they're asking, we are trying to direct them and send them a copy. And okay, it's not in here, it's in here, and this is what it says, and here's a copy for you. So we do support them in that way. So I hope that answered that question.
Clear language is really important.
Yeah.
Well, this is legal, so
I know, but
sometimes
it
it's not
can't
as
be
clear.
ambiguous, so, especially when we have 10 sites, like, what's reasonable,
Right,
Or engaged.
right,
And
we
then-
understand.
Yeah, and I think, with some of the critical ones that, I think we've had discussion on tonight in meeting with principals and actually discussing some of these changes, so they're understanding the concept, right? And calibrating so that we're all working off of the same expectation for our students, regardless of what school they go to. Because I think it is important, for families to have good understanding what our policies mean and them to administer.
Well, and the importance that on certain policies, they're all the same. In other words, you're not gonna get one policy at one school site and a different policy at another.
Whatever.
school
Right,
site.
because they're not school policies, they're district policies
Right.
approved by the board.
Right,
Correct.
right, I think that's really important.
Yes. So so we were pulling out then just the.
Oh, yeah, so we're gonna redo,
5113, the VP and the AR, we're gonna
Right.
pull them both, and then
Because
give
you
you
have
another option.
5113.1, that, we were okay with that one?
no, she's gonna pull the whole 5113, right?
Series?
Well,
You
do
want
you
the whole
want,
series, or?
do you want the
Yeah, well-
series? Because you had said 5113, which was
Yeah.
absences and excuses,
Right,
and then the other one was chronic absences.
right, well, it's, it is administration, it's AR 5113. And AR 5113.1.
Okay, so it's a series. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a look at those, review our notes.
Okay. So how do we're gonna make a vote that we are going to accept? I need somebody
With the
to,
exception of board policy series 5113,
and 5113.1.
yes, that we accept, all the other presented board policies and ARs, as presented in, 16A.
Right. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay. Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
And I am also an aye, so that's 5-0. All right, now we're going to go to discussion and approval of the interim report for 2025-26.
I challenged my colleagues who had 25 and 26 pages to go to 14. Just saying. So this is the first interim report. It's on the screen, thank you. And as we usually do, we review where we are in the budget calendar. So this is the budget and the actuals through October 31st. It's an interim set of time that's established by EdCode, the state of California. When you look at second interim, it doesn't make sense between first and second interim, the timing, and then the unaudited actuals, estimated actuals. It's, I don't know, Sacramento has their own reasons for why we're doing it in the timing that we're doing it, but right now it is the first interim. And we are comparing what you've got in your board packet is the adopted budget versus where we think we're going to be based on this interim report. So some of the assumptions for this interim report, you'll see that at adoption, we had adopted the COLA because the state actually adopted in the state budget the COLA that came out at the May revise. So we had made that change in there. We had anticipated that our enrollment for this year would have been flat compared to last year at 5,909 students. And the first certification of CBEDS had 5,997 students. Now at one point, we were reporting to you at the very beginning of the year, 6,000, we crossed the line there. But what tends to happen as we get to CBEDS is there may be a few more students that will enroll after the first of the year. Generally, that's TK and K. First child, oh my gosh, nobody invited me to school, so we'll get some of those. And then it's finding out who's not going to be here. And that's always our challenge in schools at the beginning of the year. We know who's going to come because they've just enrolled. New people to the area, our TKs and our Ks that have already enrolled. We know those. We just don't know who's not going to show up because they've moved on, gone to a different area, maybe something that's economically more satisfying for them, like going over to the Central Valley where it's a lot less expensive to live. Who knows? There's a lot of reasons why families move. That's why the state looks at enrollment at one time in the year. Every student, by ID number, what school are you in? You can only be in one school, and then we reconcile that. And that work is done by Manny. In the IT department, he takes on 110% of that. And then works with school sites to say, make sure that you've dropped your kids, and we look at various different things. Students that have been enrolled but haven't shown up all year. Well, why haven't they shown up? Well, maybe they have a doctor's note. Well, now we're talking about the first week of October. Is that student, and when we're talking about, I'm kind of tying a couple things together, but when we're talking about a student not showing up, and every time the parent says, well, he's been sick. Oh, well, he's still sick. Maybe he's not sick, maybe they've moved, maybe they have got other situations in their family, maybe the student's not even in school. And we do deal with students who have been enrolled but haven't shown up and are not showing up anywhere else, because we can see that as well when we go out to CalPADS to say, where is this student right now?
Yeah.
So, some of these things have crossovers. You can't just take a parent, he's sick, when maybe they're not even around here. Maybe there's a custodial issue and mom doesn't want to admit that dad took the kids. There's 101 different things that happen. So that's that swing between, we think we have 6,130 kids at the very beginning of school, and now we're at 5,997, just under that wire. We were really excited when we thought we were getting over that 6,000 mark. So based on that, we're making an estimation based on the relationship between CBEDS and actual ADA for the last 3 years. We do a 3-year average on that. So we've made an estimation that we're probably going to pick up just short of 90 additional ADA. Now, things that will come into play on that is the attendance initiatives that we are now in the 3rd year of, I believe, working in conjunction and in teamwork with the high school district. So we've got more things in place for that. We've got mental health people that are, and that whole staff and team that are addressing, you didn't come to school, why didn't you? I didn't feel like I wanted to, I didn't feel good about it. Let's talk about that, and getting kids to show up more often. So these numbers will change, but probably I will not be changing them until we get to estimated actuals, not even P2, because, or second interim, because P2 doesn't happen until April.
Right.
So we won't know until all of that attendance is in, because that's the number we're funded on. So I won't be changing this number until we get to that point.
Right.
Our unduplicated pupil percentage went down a little bit for the year. It went from 67 to 66, lost a full percentage. That is probably a factor of the people moving into the area who may be a little bit better off economically than those that have been here for a while. Do I know for sure? No, I don't know for sure, but you all know all of the developments that are going in all over the city, the ones that are still yet to come. You can take a look at those houses and say, what's the likelihood that some of our current residents are going to be move-ups, come from where they live and move up into a new house, and whether or not it's more likely that those are going to be move-ins coming from different areas. And if they're move-ins and can afford those houses, they are probably going to pull our unduplicated pupil percentage down. So I'm estimating, as I do conservatively, that the annual percentage will remain the same in the projection years, which you can see it's a 3-year average. And so our actual funded amount kind of does this. But we are still over 50%. We get supplemental and concentration grant money, which is a good thing for the district. Any questions on this one?
No.
Okay.
So we're gonna keep it flat, we're not projecting that we might go a little further down?
Because it's a 3-year average, and because I am projecting that the annual, because you have an annual and a funded.
Okay.
The funded is the 3-year average, so I'm projecting that the annual will stay flat.
Okay.
Okay, so it takes it from the funded being 67% last year to 66, a little less than 66% to 66.5%, you know, in that 3-year average of the number. Okay. Moving on, we have our unrestricted revenue, and you can see that the local control funding formula is up by $1 million. That is based on the CBEDS number and how it relates to historical attendance on that number. Now, the superintendent in her meeting every month will give you today, this is our attendance percentage.
Right.
I have to pick a number. So my number will always be different from hers and will probably be a little bit less than hers, because I am taking that one time of the year, CBEDS, and I am applying it to that one time of the year, P2, and what's that relationship? And then I take a look at what is the 3-year average of that relationship. I would generally pre-COVID do a 5-year average because I think it smooths things out, but COVID was wackadoodle and it throws off all of those percentages. So it's right now we're at a 3-year average, and that's what I project attendance at, and then we'll actually be funded on what our actual P2 is. So if I say that our attendance increase is at 93%, and the superintendent is going to give you something that's going to look more like 97%, that's the difference in that, okay? Some of those other differences are at CBEDS, maybe we have all of our migrant families, but then they're gone, but then they come back, and so that will throw some of those things off. So there's a lot of differences, but you know, I know you notice those, and you'll remember Beth said 93, but the superintendent saying 97. She's getting it actually right out of the system. You know, that's the real time number. Let's see, other changes in here, a little bit of extra money for state revenue, lottery funds, a little extra money for local revenue, interest up just a skosh over where we thought it was going to be this time of year, and then our contributions to restricted programs, which is a little bit of Title I, but it is primarily special ed. And you heard a lot of conversation earlier this evening on special ed and what we're doing, and from staffing standpoint, what we're doing, watching, you know, the hiring for both certificated and classified, we look at this and, you know, we study this, and this special ed is a big chunk of the district. It's $14 million worth of contribution. So it does get a lot of attention, for a lot of different reasons. Some of us have special ed students and it gets a lot of attention for that. Makes perfect sense. Some of them, the wizard gets a little nervous when the amount of money goes up and the number of students don't go up. But there's a lot of reasons why some of these things are going up. We are evolving our programs, which require more staffing. You know, in order to have, I just lost the name of it. What are you doing at Rancho Santana?
Inclusive practice.
Inclusive practices, sorry, I forgot about that one. But in order to do inclusive practices, we do need additional staff to make sure that students are supported in whatever classroom environment that they're in. And so there's been a lot of work done in the HR department to fill vacancies so that we are not contracting. But we need teachers.
Yeah.
So we can't just say, well, I'm trying to hire, because we can't always get subs, even though there's some great work being done on getting subs. Sometimes those subs can only sub for 30 days, and that's not necessarily good for a classroom.
Right.
So we are keeping an eye on this. This is something that we focus on, and we don't take increases lightly. But you know, the nature of the beast is the students do need additional supports. Okay. Any other questions on this one?
Just a quick question. There was a bill going before the California Senate to increase the sub days to 60. Did that pass?
I don't know. I do remember hearing about it.
I heard about it as well, I'm not sure.
Because that would help with the sub pool if you
I
did.
think it was being considered.
Yeah, and it might,
No, they didn't sign it?
yeah, I was gonna say, I think it
It wasn't
died
signed.
before they went away for break, so it might have to come back at the next session. But no, I agree with you.
It would
You
help.
know, and there was a lot of things that they did during our COVID season that allowed for us to have more subs and teachers in order to address the needs of our students, and then they rolled them back, and I
Yeah.
think they're seeing that they need them. The tug on that one is, well, but we really want highly qualified teachers.
Right.
Yeah, we realize that, but when most of the state is declining in enrollment, why are teachers going to go into the teaching profession if they can't get a job? And I'll remind you about when we all used to have really, really robust music and art programs, and then the budget tanked and the first thing to go was music and art. No, that's not what's going on in this district, but that is an example of, and why would I go into the profession for music and art if I can't get a job? So it's taking a while to come back up to speed so that we have those viable candidates. And I think we're highly attractive in the fact that we have our boost and we have our induction support. So I think we've got to step above a lot of our neighbors.
You have to promote us.
Mhm.
You have to promote us.
We do, and I do believe that we do.
Yes.
Because that HR team goes out there and they drag people in and, hey, I want to talk to you, let's look what we've got.
We lure them in.
Excuse me,
encourage
lure.
them in.
That's right.
Do you talk about Nest and Boost?
Oh, yeah. Well, now we can talk about Boost, right? But
Oh, that's right.
yes, we definitely talk about Nest. Emma Veltri herself has come out with us.
Okay.
So yeah, it's good resource.
Okay, so moving on to salary and benefit assumptions. There aren't any changes from adoption because both STRS and PERS set their rates well before we have to do adoption. The 26-27 numbers in here, and if anybody, oh, I lost my audience. Well, never mind then.
Yeah.
So board member Rios was doing an excellent job at looking at things, and she pointed out that I had some wrong dates. So if anybody printed this before I substituted this particular page in here where the dates were last year's dates and not this date,
Yeah.
what's in the system right now has got the right dates in it. So the only change has been in the 26-27 and 27-28, the revised estimates for what PERS will be in those years. Everything else is staying the same. And you can see that by the time we get to 28-29, 37 cents on every dollar that is spent on a classified employee will be going to benefits. That is not health and welfare.
So
It's despicable. The state should be paying us, not us.
So, sorry, I couldn't find my notes. Going back to the revenue assumptions, cause you
Revenue
had put,
assumptions?
yes,
I'm going back 2 slides.
yes.
Yes.
You had COLA for 25, 26.
That's one and a half.
I think it was page 3
Yeah.
that I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So when it's on the screen? Oh,
I
go
can't,
back.
I can't. see.
I pushed the wrong way.
Okay.
Sorry. Let me make it go back.
Okay.
Yeah, one
So,
and a half.
So you have 1.504 COLA
For projection years.
for, well, we're in current 25, 26 though.
Oh, because you were looking, you printed yours. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was my bad. And as
Okay,
soon as
sorry.
board member Rios, brought that to our attention, we got that
So it's
substituted. So
20,
here we've got
26,
26, 27 for the revenue
27.
assumptions.
Okay.
It's just it's on a spreadsheet that I update and I forgot to update the dates.
28. Okay, all right, because I was looking at COLA for current year
Mm-hmm.
and it's 2.43. Yes,
2.3.
okay. So for whatever reason, when I searched it, it came up as 2.43.
I think there was a point in time when it may have gone up that high, but it's 2.3 that's coming out in FICMAT's LCFF calculator, and it is also the same number that's on school services dartboard.
Okay, and then for 26, 27, I had seen 2.51.
Yes, now school services is anticipating a higher number, but we budget conservatively on revenue and we wait for that number to come in. And I'll be addressing some of the impacts of that a little bit later on in here, because if you had looked at what the COLA, maybe about this time last year, what the COLA would have been for this year, it was higher than 2.3. So it's better that we go at we approach the out years in a much more conservative manner than to adopt higher and then have to figure out what we're gonna do. I've used the term, it's easier to add funds to your budget than to take them away. So if we can live within 1.5 with an anticipation that it'll be at least 2 and maybe it'll be higher. And we're hearing all kinds of different things about what the COLA will be for this coming year based on some of the interesting things that have come out of Washington at the beginning of this year. Inflation is up. Does that mean that the COLA will be up? Maybe it will and maybe it won't.
Yeah,
What has happened to other things, because it's not just the cost of goods and services, it's not just your grocery bill or your gas bill.
Right.
And gas prices are down while grocery prices are up. So there's a lot of things that go into that. If we can build a budget that fits within 1.5% of additional revenue, then we can do more things when we get more money to come in.
Yeah.
And when we end up with more students, and this year it was like 88 additional students over last year, those more students come with more money already. So we don't need to have a higher estimate of what the COLA might be in order to anticipate where those new students are going to be. Because similar to what I did at this interim, we projected 5,909 as our enrollment with 5,547 for the ADA. When we got more students, I ran it through the calculation for an updated estimate, and now we're estimating 5,570. So that's exclusive of what the COLA is. And then when you get the COLA increase, you'll get money for more students and an increased COLA as we go into the projection years. We could flatten out. We were, what did I say earlier, 102, 137, and now we're 88. Maybe we're gonna slide down into something a little less than that. We've been bouncing around what the demographer has estimated for the last couple of years. They're right around 100 to 125 is what they're estimating, and then with it accelerating in enrollment, but we don't know until they show up. And if your choice is to move here at a cheaper house price than, say, San Jose, or move to Fresno, where you can buy twice the house for the same amount of price, maybe that's your decision. We can't say until they show up, which is why we don't anticipate more students until we get closer. And so as we went into this year, we hired, estimating that we were gonna be above 6,000, and then it rolled back a little bit, so.
I thought that would be the layoffs that are happening. Well, you have these layoffs that are happening too.
Well, and we know that we wanna avoid that. We-
No, I'm talking about us, I'm talking about like Apple and,
Uh-huh.
and Google and the big layoffs
But when
that
it
are
comes to
happening.
us, we've got a directive, we don't wanna do that again.
No,
So
no,
I'm trying to be as cautious as possible. Okay, any other questions on revenue?
no. I like the way you're doing it.
Well, it's safer,
Yeah.
and then we'll all talk about it when we get more kiddos and more money.
Yeah.
We did talk about, the revenue projections. So we also had gotten to salary and benefit assumptions, and just keeping an eye out for what's going on with classified. That's a factor of PERS, and how PERS is going up. To address board member Grist, once upon a time, the state did make up that difference.
I know.
In my lifetime, in my career, they made up that difference, and then PERS cost a whole lot less. And they didn't give us any more money back. And then we went into LCFF, and at that point, it was like, never mind, you can do it. You're getting more money, you can afford to pay for
You know
the
what?
cost of the increase.
The children should not be paying for the retirement of teachers and classified staff. This is obscene. This is a state cost. This is obscene. I'm sorry, but a 6-year-old should not be paying for the retirement of classified and certificated staff. And that's what they're doing. It's obscene.
They justified it by throwing everything into LCFF.
Yes, ma'am.
It's obscene.
And said, you're getting more money,
You're
you
getting
can
the
pay
money,
for the
how you
additional
gonna do
cost.
Yeah, they're taking it away from a 6-year-old. It's obscene.
So I put this on here just so that it's on your radar. So
Just to
that
make
you
my
know-
blood pressure go up.
I'm sorry. So that you know what's going to happen. And again, this is exclusive of health and welfare, which is estimated, the last time they gave us any information, to go up by 8% a year. Okay, now this last year, it did go up a little bit higher than that, much quicker than that, but they're still saying that the average is gonna be about an 8% increase to that.
Well, who knows with what the subsidies and if they don't pass in Washington,
Yeah.
who knows what it's gonna look like. But what is our current, cause I know we have a floating cap, but what is the cost of that for the year?
22,468.
468.
It's off the top of my head, if you'd asked
So
me
you're the
earlier.
highest
We are the highest in the county,
in
yes,
the
ma'am.
county.
By a long shot in some
In
cases.
some cases.
Yeah.
Does the high school have 100% coverage?
No.
Nobody has 100% coverage. And our cap was just currently negotiated to go up, but it's 21,000.
Something. We're still higher than you.
Yes, by like 1,000.
Right.
21,450, I think it's something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So you're the highest.
We.
Sorry. I get.
She's had a long day.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
So moving on to slide 6, unrestricted salary and benefits. This is unrestricted, which is primarily most of our teachers. All the staffing that's in the LCAP, and at the second interim, or no, actually at the annual update for the LCAP, I'll give you some more information about how many positions we fund for the LCAP, but the LCAP is people heavy. And then EPA funding, which is a function of the local control funding formula. So, and that one is dedicated to the cost of teacher salaries and benefits. This includes all current placements, new staff for growth across all budgets, so not just in unrestricted, but across all budgets. We've got 10 additional certificated staff, including 1 new nurse, 30 classified staff, IAs, paras, secretary, custodians, mental health, campus monitor. A lot of those IAs were the explosion of TK classes, and the fact that the per student to adult ratio went down, which required us in a lot of cases to double the aides. And then we just recently added 2 unrepresented, which are RVPs. So Now, the numbers above that are only in the unrestricted, but just to give you a sense of where we are and growing and addressing the growth in the district, and starting off at the beginning of the year, you have to have a teacher in the class. And when the students don't all show up, then, and I used it, I believe in my assumptions, we have less than efficient staffing. Okay, now that's a term that's used by budget people that say really efficient staffing is, what does the bargaining unit contract say? And then we staff up to that and maybe a little over, because we have language that says we're going to acknowledge when a teacher has more than what's in the contract for a class size by paying them an over class size stipend. And we've had that for a number of years, and it does acknowledge you've got 2 more kiddos in that class. Every month we're going to pay you a little bit more for having 2 more kiddos in your class. That is efficient staffing. The wizard would love to see efficient staffing. Reality is it doesn't always happen that way. The wizard would not be opposed to 3rd, 5th grade combos as a mentorship kind of a thing. Of course, we know that that's not actually going to work. Okay, that's and mathematically that's efficient, but we know that's it's not going to happen. So when I start using things like efficient staffing, it's going to be to say we probably have room in some classes to go up to the contract and maybe over by 2 or 4. Now, that is not what we do. That's not programmatically what we do. And I can tell you that Deputy Superintendent Ward stresses over when we add too many, students to those lower grades, because he wouldn't want to teach 24 kids in kindergarten and 1st grade classes. So he and I do a tug of war, and I get that. But for every student that doesn't come up to the loading standard in the contract, if you went across the district, that's maybe a teacher we didn't have to hire. That's maybe an aide we didn't have to hire. Now, this is not to say I'm saying we need to get rid of teachers. It's not to say I think we need to get rid of aides. This is just another step in your looking at your budgets and knowing that we may not have in all places the most efficient staffing. Now, having said that, we do have a couple of school sites that have nearly all of their teachers, more than 50% of their teachers, that end up with an overclass size stipend, because they're right up there. Because maybe those students can't go anywhere else because that's where a program is, or that's where their major supports are. Then we also have schools that maybe still have middle schools on a K-8, and there's only 23 kids in a 7th grade class. Okay, we know we can do better than that if we did the math. If Beth got to do what she wanted to do. Now, I know that's not going to happen, but you need to be aware that that is going on in this district. And the answer is not, oh, let's move all the kids where we have holes.
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's not it.
In some cases, at some sites, we don't have any more classrooms.
This is true.
We don't have the luxury of saying, oh, we need to open another classroom.
Right.
Where do we put you? So I know what you're saying, and there's a balance between the two.
Right. And I want you all to be aware of that. I want us to have had that conversation, because we are not a small district anymore.
No.
So we can't just open a classroom because the room might not exist on a campus. We can't just hire a teacher because some of the teachers need to be specialists in what they do, and they might not be out there. So as we go forward, and as we have in the last couple of years, we are going to do a budget study session probably in March. That's usually when we do it. I want you to be prepped to be thinking about that.
Well, we need to calibrate it with staffing.
Right.
And again, what does that look like moving forward?
Right.
Whether it's the district office or at the sites, what does growth look like for us? And where do we need to think about budgetarily and aligning with, again, making sure that we are putting our money in the right spots to ensure that we are not overly, going to one side or the other.
What we've done.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna tell you that the next couple of years, if the growth continues the way it is, are really going to be difficult years. They're going to be those growing pain years. They're going to be, my knees hurt, Mom, my back hurts, my elbow hurts, I slept really well, but I've got growing pains. That is where we're going to be, because we're right on the cusp of, and we've talked about this, the board has talked about this, cabinet has talked about this, maybe needing a new school, because where are we going to put the kids? How do we deliver efficient, effective, top-notch programs with what we do have, and how do we get what we need? What do we tell, HR to go out and look for in order to increase, at least maintain, but increase the quality of what we've got? Because we can't be throwing people at it and hiring 60-day, 30-day, 60-day permit subs.
No.
We need real teachers that stick around. And so, part of what's being done by Emma's program is to convince subs that they want to become, full-time teachers, permanent teachers with us. But the next couple of years are going to be difficult for us, both budgetarily, the pull and the push. I don't have money for that. You ask really good questions, but at this point in the budget, and we'll talk a little bit more about where we are, we've added the staff that we think we can add and still afford to continue to go for this year. And we're looking at, okay, pacing that and what do we think we're gonna need for next year?
Right.
And we develop a budget with that growth in mind and then build around it, okay? Because certain things are set right now. We've got certain promises and certain initiatives started that we can't pull back on in order to add growth. I mean, you brought some really good things up. I mean, what does HR need? What does technology need as we have more people? That's all well and good. But what are we going to give up in order to do that? Or are we going to plan for it for next year and develop that into the budget for next year?
That's the smartest thing to do, because again, regardless of what we are anticipating, the balance has to lie between what is needed in the classroom and what supports are needed to support those people in the classroom.
Right.
And so, as even the things on the agenda, the rest of the stuff that we are gonna be, possibly approving tonight, all of that is all addition to, right? Brand new, never seen before,
Right.
jobs here that will change how we service
Developing the
students.
program.
Correct. And what does that look like internally, whether, you're giving opportunity within in-house, right, for folks to learn a trade and build them up, right? So that we're
Have that
giving them,
career ladder.
right, the capacity. And again, a lot of our folks have gone through different departments and have gained experience and given themselves the ability to then, maybe from food service to an aide, or, into an office manager, or even into an HR position. I think that speaks on the dedication that we have good employees, and investing in them helps reap the district more benefits, because we are actually focusing on what we have in-house and building them up so that we can think about the future and succession planning and what that looks like, right, for growth.
Okay, the last thing that I'll say on this particular slide is the increase for HESTA was in the budget at adoption, because we come to that agreement before the end of the year, so we built that in. But the recently approved increases to both classified and the unrepresented group have been added to this. So this is a change. Those two things are a change. That's not the whole change. There's new staffing in that change in there.
Right.
So the things that you have before you after me tonight are not in here because you haven't approved any of that.
All right, because you had put the last bullet represents 92% of unrestricted. 92% of what?
The unrestricted salaries and benefits represent 92% of the unrestricted budget.
Okay.
This is the number you guys have been looking at for the last couple of years, but salaries and benefits are only 76% of the total unrestricted and restricted budget.
And I appreciate that, because I think I've asked for that to be included, yes. In overall, because I you know, you separate the two, for us, and we don't get an overview of like the two together to kind of get an idea, because again, I know we hire, the majority of unrestricted goes to staff, but we do use restricted to also pay for salaries and benefits for other employees, right, that fall in that category.
All of our special ed staff, as an example, are all in the restricted side.
Right.
You know, and then there's other categoricals that pay for one or two.
Right, well, you had the cafeteria, that's a categorical.
Right, but
Right.
that's in a different fund. In the ugly pages that you have for the state
Yeah.
form, that's in a different fund.
But are those staff coming out of that budget?
For cafeteria?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, cafeteria is self-supporting.
Right, okay.
Yay, Patty.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, that's what I'm saying, you know, where those positions are tied into, you know, reflected on.
These percentages are only for the general fund and would not include the salaries and benefits. I think I'm hearing your question more clearly now. It will not include the salaries and benefits for the cafeteria fund.
Okay.
Because that one is self-supporting. And we spend most of our time on unrestricted because that's where you have the most latitude to make decisions.
Okay.
Okay?
But we do pull unrestricted into restricted to cover costs.
As a form of contribution.
Right, because if we don't use it, we don't push it back, right?
Yeah, we do.
We do?
Yeah, if I budget $14 million for a contribution into the special ed program, and by the end of the year, I only need $13 million, I'm moving $1 million back. Yes, ma'am. The only one I can't do that with is routine restricted maintenance, because it's required to have a 3% contribution every year of the total expenditures in the total general fund. And so I put $3 million over there this year. It probably needed 2.8 million around it, because the numbers will change every time I do an interim report, and that's one of the criteria and standards that you'll see in here. Are we making our 3%? So I round it up, because one, they're gonna need it, and two, I don't wanna be adding little bits of money every time something else changes. So that one, I can't move it back. Once it's in there, it's in there.
Okay, because I knew there was a term back in the day when I had started for special education, that there was also a certain amount that you had to contribute, that it couldn't be lower than the previous year.
Oh, that's a maintenance of effort.
Maintenance of effort.
And that's calculated at the end of the year based on amount per student.
Okay.
Including some overhead and some indirect and some other stuff. So it's not a pure number, but it's a maintenance of effort number, and we do watch that one as well.
Okay.
Okay. So moving on to the next one, unrestricted supplies and services. This one, again, all the goals and actions in the LCAP are included here. We did some offsetting reductions to stay within budget. When we use the Santa Clara County Office of Education QSS. We are, as San Benito County, they run our program, and they had a problem at budget development of not picking up all the health and welfare that was attached to certain positions, primarily classified positions. We recognized that, we identified that, and we put holding budgets in a 5,000, so that when we resynced and they got in there and they cleaned up their act, we've got an update coming. When they got in there and cleaned up their act, we were ready to pull that money from a 5,000 holding account and put it into health and welfare when we resync. We resync at first interim, and then, excuse me, at second interim, we resync again. So a huge portion of that 800,000 is that error that was happening in the QSS program at adoption. But again, we identified it and we knew it was there, and we estimated what it would be. An example was, it wasn't projecting any health and welfare for school site secretaries. No reason why, it just wasn't. And so they did finally get it cleaned up, and the resync pulled the money from the holding and put it up into there. So that's that big change. And then of course, whenever we have an increase, we'll take a look at some of the budgets that are in various different areas and say, well, okay, I've got to cover this increase in salaries and benefits, can I reduce in here? This is all unrestricted, so categoricals are required to do that within their program. We can hit fund balance, and yes, we did hit fund balance for some of them, but we, as much as possible, we try and say, well, you know, here we are 3 months into the year, does it look like this might be a little bit, you know, over budgeted? Can we move some of these things? Did we use a categorical for something that now we can use this to cover a salary and benefit? Because we always try and use categoricals first before going to the unrestricted general fund for things like consumable, supplies. We've got classroom supplies. So PAF is one of the reading programs that we use, and it has a significant amount of consumables. We'll start a budget for supplies to replenish those consumables, but if we can find another place that makes sense that's categorical, we'll do it there. Okay?
So, I had actually looked at your report, and there's the notebook XLM that you can upload, any document, and it kind of spits out a little
The
summary.
criteria, you uploaded the criteria and standards.
Yes, and so it kind of spit out, what your report had and summarized it, and that's what I had shared with Erica. I was in negotiations and couldn't get back to her, but, cause it does kind of like give you a synopsis, and it said, for service and other operational expenditures that we had an increase, but I'm assuming that it was together, the unrestricted and
The unrestricted,
right?
yes. And that one is, and it probably told you because this is what I wrote in the criteria and standards, and if you read pages 1 through 32, it's whatever she's got in there is in there somewhere. Because the state, that's our state report card. This is outside the realm or the range of what we think would be normal, tell us why. So that one is categorical carryover. We always increase the revenue in state and federal programs if they had carryover and they allow carryover. We never budget carryover to adoption. We wait until the books are closed and then we put that revenue in there. That then allows them to spend that, and so the expenditures will also increase. Okay, now I think I can do this with my community schools funds, as an example. So, yeah, it was a nice, it took the 32 pages down to 3 or 4 pages.
Yeah,
So.
which I was like, ooh, I like this, I understand this better.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to double check with you if it was right, cause there are certain programs, AI programs that you're like, oh my God, where did you pull this from? But when it's actually going off of the actual document that you upload, it just focuses on that and spits out a summary for you.
I did read it, I didn't check it all, I checked some highlights and I went, I know that number and those are my words, and okay.
Okay, alright.
Just don't go
That's
running
good to
into
know,
Chat
so.
GPT.
No, yeah.
But it could be something similar to that. Please give me a summary of what I've just uploaded in 32 pages.
It could.
Yeah.
But I'm glad it was from your take, if you got the chance to see it, that it actually made sense. And it was right.
How to do that.
Yes, yeah, you can do any document. And
But
it'll
Jan, that's
spit it
AI.
out. Yeah,
I
That's
know,
AI.
I know.
okay.
Someone's gonna have to
Thank you.
teach
So,
this
You
old
can go
girl.
on, sorry.
That's all right. Are there any other questions on this page?
No.
Okay. Moving to the unrestricted summary. So total revenue up by 1.2, total expense up by 1.2. Total revenue down by 1.2, and that's a function of the increase in the contribution. Total expenditures up by 1.2, add the two of those, deficit spending by $2.4 million. We mentioned this at financial report in, I believe, the previous board meeting. We're hoping that by the end of the year, it's actually not going to be that high. So a lot of things that are going on, and because of it, primarily the increase in contributions with special ed, there's a lot of things going on. We have hired a lot of staff, which allows us to release a lot of contracts. And as that balances itself out, they'll be freeing on one side and there'll be more expenditures on the other side. And we're hoping, because I honestly believe we're gonna get more out of our people than we get out of our contractors, cost versus
Oh, yeah,
the
for
value.
sure.
So I'm hoping that there's gonna be some savings in that as we get to the end of the year.
Okay.
So, yes, we are deficit spending. No, it doesn't look good, but 700,000 of it is from the LCAP. Okay, now that is us maintaining the goals and actions that are in the LCAP from carryover. remember, we've had a lot of carryover for a number of years, and with that funded percentage doing this, if we want to continue the level of service that we've got, we will be deficit spending. So 700,000 of that is the LCAP. 2.3, it should say million, not K. I apologize. I was hoping for a smaller number, and it ended up being bigger. 2.3 million for the increase in contributions. Primarily special ed, but there was an increase to Title I, because Title I hasn't been fully funded in a number of years. We had one little anomaly year about 2 years ago where we got more money than the staffing cost us, but it hasn't been that way for the last 2 years. And the CONAP funding just came out within the last couple of days, and our Title I funding is up, but it's not up enough to offset the total contribution into that program. But that's good news. You know, we're gonna save $113,000 on contributions, so every little bit helps. So we are expecting, several of these things to go down. Lottery is up by, it's up by 51,000, but we also, in September, when we had a pretty decent idea of what enrollment will be, albeit it was higher than what we ended up with CBEDS, we went ahead and we increased the per student allocations to the school sites. So school sites for discretionary funding get lottery funding. That's 100% of their discretionary funding, and it's based on a per student, per dollar amount. And so we start them off at the beginning of the year with 90% of last year's CBEDS, and we wait for this year's CBEDS to come in case there's fluctuations. I don't ever want to have to be in a position to take money back from the school.
Right.
You know, if I only get to add $100 to the school, that's better than taking $100 away from the school,
Right,
which is why we start them off at the beginning of the year with 90. But that was adjusted back in September, so that's an increase to expenditures in the lottery program. So those increases were higher than the actual money that's coming in, because the estimate on the revenue won't be known until we get to the end of the year. Because that amount, go out and buy your lottery ticket. The more people that buy lottery tickets, the more money goes to schools for lottery. So, that's why we wait, because it will change. And there are smaller savings in various different individual unrestricted budgets as we've been able to use categorical funds wherever appropriate. And at this point, we have used up all of our educator effectiveness grant. We used the entire $2 million of the student support and professional development, the new one that we didn't adopt because we didn't know how much money we were going to get, but we found out how much money we were going to get after adoption. That money has been put into the budget, and it has been 100% spent on the 5-year bridge for instructional materials. So we talked about math and the fact that we're not really thrilled with our math program, but the adoption cycle for math is a couple of years out. So we bought 5-year bridge programs from our current providers for both math and English language arts at a discount. We pay for those upfront, whole 5 years, out of that one-time money. So that one's 100% being spent on that. And then a few other, like TAF, we talked about TAF. So as we might budget for it in unrestricted, and we had a little bit of extra money in that one particular one-time block grant, we moved it there. And my goal is to not have to chase around a whole bunch of little categoricals for years and years, to put them to things that are going to give us a multi-year value, like 5 years worth of instructional licenses in 1 year with one time. So that one, there may be some maintenance having to do with increased number of students, but the bulk of it's been paid for right now. So that one is all done. And the other categorical that we have fully expended is the arts, music, and instructional materials block grant, the custodian and the prom dress that we got a couple, 3 years ago that we could use on anything we wanted, even though it sounded like it was all for art. We will have fully expended that one by the time the one-time bonuses are paid out to unrepresented group and CSEA. So we did the one-time bonus for HESTA out of that last year, or the very beginning of this year. So one-time bonus out of one-time money, using it and having it be gone.
Where are we with the community schools grant?
We are in year 3 of the community schools grant. We have this year and 2 more years. And we've got indications that it doesn't turn into a pumpkin at the end of those 2 years, that we'll probably have one more year of spend out, carry over and spend out. We just updated our overall budgets for this year. It was a combined effort between curriculum and instruction and Stacy Benura, and then my department, to kind of come together and say, what does this look like? And then she supports the school sites in their spending, so we've kind of got a pretty good plan for where we're going. Brings in about $1.4 million a year for a total of $7 million over the 5 years. So we're watching it.
Are we starting to think about how we can structure our budget to maintain the programs once that money?
It's interesting that you asked that question. The program, there was a planning period and an implementation period for community schools programs. And I think that we have got some fairly robust programs out there in the form of pantries and clothing closets and outreach to parents and communities and crossover, some of those community services coming in. The grant is loosely written so that there's a lot of field trips going on with them. I'm using that as an example. Not everywhere. There's a lot of less, this is what we do and this is what we need to maintain from it. So it's kind of flexible, and for the 5 schools, it's a good thing. So will we be able to maintain? It really depends on what we think we need to maintain by the time we get to the end of that. So we have resisted hiring staff with that money.
The liaisons. We have partial liaisons.
Yeah, they did some crossover, but those liaisons are probably, they are so integral to what we do that would not have been a question. But there has been some suggestions that maybe we hire this kind of a teacher, and maybe we hire this kind of a whatever classified person with it. And we've resisted that for the very reason that we talked about earlier, and not having to come to the end of one-time funding and having to maintain it when there's so many other polls and important things that we have to do. And because
I don't wanna hire somebody.
this program is not district-wide, but only at 5 sites, one might ask the question, how is that site staffing more important than the entire district staffing?
Yeah, no, we can't do that.
So we have resisted that as much as we can.
Yeah, we have to.
We encourage the halftime programs. I don't remember what Jill was mentioning that she's doing with her migrant, but she's got a similar to the halftime program where she brings everybody together. We're encouraging all of those things that bring families and communities in there. Those are softer things that we can probably maintain and build on as part of our mental health initiatives and some of those things. So the conversation that we had with Stacy was to really look forward and to try and plan, with the input, of course, of staff, because this requires both site and administrative and staff input at each one of the different sites, because they're all a little bit different in what their needs are, to develop things that, once again, would give them a multi-year benefit for a one-time investment. Or even if that one-time investment is, let's get people trained. AVID is one of the things that I have seen out there. We're also taking some staff members to ASB training. You get a training, that's something you can get once and you can maintain it as you go forward. You get trained on AVID, you can get that deep immersion into AVID, and then you can maintain that, with your cohort or different groups, and maybe we network with other districts in the county. So those are things that are investments that will give us that longer benefit that develops a program that we can then grow with. So we are encouraging that and doing that, but they are individual. They are entirely different, but we are looking to, we're halfway through. In 2.5 years, we're essentially done. Maybe we have one more year. So we're watching that. Likewise, other staffing that's in categorical programs, which will be presented at second interim as to where we're going with some of those. Not a lot, because we've been trying to resist all of those wherever we possibly can. Do professional development rather than full hiring,
Right.
so. Okay, so deficit spending, yes, we are deficit spending. We talked about this year, it goes down a little bit next year, and it comes up a little bit. Now, when it comes to the projection years, part of that deficit spending is a COLA being only 1.5% projected.
Okay.
It still projects the average step and column for each one of the bargaining units, 1.5% and 2.5% certificated and classified, that's the average. So those things are still gonna happen. That's people moving over into longevity steps, that's teachers moving down and potentially moving over a column.
Right.
There's an average that happens over the course of time that we can then say, okay, I'm gonna apply that to that. It does not include adding any more staff for next year, okay, because we're gonna wait and see.
Or including more students either.
It does not include more students, you are
Right.
correct. So this is really conservative, but what it says is we need to be careful as we go forward, because this deficit spending needs to be addressed. We can't not address it. And I put this out here, we had deficit spending, this chart from last year was just about the same, only each one of the years was a little bit higher. So getting the 2.3% COLA this year then becomes the base, and then it gets built on. So we are watching that, and we're trying to address lots of little things having to do with that. If the COLA comes in over 2, we're not deficit spending, okay? So I think this is really a visual of what's going on with, yes, our projections, but the COLAs that have been so low for the last couple of years. And I'll remind you that last year, it was 1%, a little bit more than 1%. So that's why we are being cautious. That's why we're not going with, and with all due respect to school services, they're making an estimate the same way that we're making an estimate. We're just a little bit more conservative, and they may be closer to what actually happens, but when I look at where they thought this year was going to be in the 2 out years last year compared to what it looks like now, they rolled it back.
Yeah.
And it's coming back a little bit, and that's okay, but we are right on that cusp that we need to be more conservative than school services is, okay?
How does that work with the federal COLA?
We don't have a federal COLA.
No, I understand that, but when the federal COLA is, like how they base social security on, you know, how does that deal with the state COLA? I mean, how do they do that?
It doesn't at all. I mean, it might be a factor in there for purchasing federal things, because the COLA is a function of expenses, not revenue. So if the federal government has a COLA of 5%, maybe we get more money in our title programs. But that doesn't mean that it's 5% for all expenditures. Maybe the federal government is going to experience a 5% increase in their expenditures. Our COLA is based on what happens in California. The increase in the cost of goods and services in California. And it's averaged over like 3 years to give us what this year is going to be. And so with everything that's happened with imports, we have to be cautious. With things that have happened with tariffs on those imports, we have to be cautious. With those other nations that no longer want to do business with us because of some of those things, and now we have to find other sources, we have to be cautious.
Right.
Okay? We'll adjust it next year at the May revise, but until then, we will be cautious. And hopefully, cautious and hopeful. Okay? So, multi-year projections, this isn't much different than last year. We are waiting, we are being conservative. We will address enrollment growth when we see it. We will address the funding from enrollment growth when we see it. If enrollment flattens out, if we had our peak last year at 137 and we're working our way down to 75, we can survive that. But what'll probably happen is every year at the end of the year, we release non-fully qualified teachers. That would just mean that we just don't hire, to replace all of them, because potentially we wouldn't need all of those. Every year, teachers go to work at other districts for whatever their reasons are. Maybe we wouldn't replace them. Maybe we shift things around. Same thing with classified people, same thing with management. You know, if enrollment goes down, potentially, maybe, the APs that we hired next year might not be needed. If any of you are listening, I'm hoping that's not the case. But, I mean, it's a reality that we have to look at, okay? And then, finally, this is Jan's slide, the reserve percentage. So, the reserve percentage is about 6.2% at first interim. And then you can see that the cost of 1% or the value of 1% of the reserve is just short of $1.1 million. 1 month's regular payroll is 7%, 1 month's worth of, say, regular expenses, and that's when I'm looking at all of the 4s, 5s, and 6s, supplies, services, and then if we have any capital outlay, is another 1.1%. So in cash, we want to have $8.9 million or 8% of a reserve. Reserve and cash are two different things.
Right.
Reserve is what we're watching, cash is what we've got.
Right.
You will get into trouble far faster by running out of cash
Right.
than you will with reserve. So I'm not telling you don't worry about anything, we're watching all of these things, but this is where we're projecting with the COLAs for the next 2 years being 1.5%, that we are at 5.4 and 3.4 for the next 2 years. The projection for the 26-27 year is higher than it was last year for 26-27.
Yeah, yeah.
We came out of last year doing fairly well, you know, unrestricted wise, and then we got a 2% COLA. So as we look at this, last year, the third year out was a little bit less than 3.4%. So again, with very conservative revenue projections, we are looking at very conservative fund balances. We're hopeful that they'll turn out a little bit better, and I can tell you because I did go back and look at 26-27 last year, and it was at about a 3.6%, something like 3.16%. So we're doing a little bit better as we go along. Everybody is watching, everybody is attuned to it. Cabinet talks about, you know, positions all the time. We are, of course, looking for the target that's in board policy 3100 of 10%. We're not there. The real number comes in when we close the books. This is based on expenditure or budget authority. You can spend all this money, but most departments and sites don't spend all of their money. There's always some kind of savings. And then, of course, at the end of the year, there's always unexpected expenses that came in as we rush through the end of the year. So at this point, we are at the cash slide, the cash is king slide.
Yeah.
You can see our cash projections are the last 2 pages in the state report. It's the big ugly one. And our cash meets our minimum cash requirement for all months of 2 years. I have not always been able to say that. Sometimes it dips down a little bit lower just before April and just around November, December. But the projections based on the budgets that we've got, we make our minimum projected cash need, which is about, you know, $9 million, $10 million every month, and we usually have more than that.
You know, that was the first thing that you taught us.
Cash is king.
Yeah.
You get in more trouble with cash. And this cash, now, I will say, as we spend those one-time monies and don't have money rolling over, community schools, learning recovery emergency block grant, that's some of the cash that we've got. When that cash gets eaten and we start spending those down, our cash balances are gonna go down.
Yeah.
Hopefully by that time we'll have others. You know, every year they're talking about, and this, I'm sorry, it just irks me, we'll add another one-time categorical block grant that you can spend for 5 years, but they won't add to our base program. And we really need to add to base programs because that's where all of the expenditures are. So, okay. And our final thoughts are always conservative. And you know, you called me the wizard. It's not just me. It truly isn't me. It's everybody that's at that table and some of the people who aren't here right now that are at this table that put these things together and look at these and say, well, maybe we can do this instead of that. So the superintendent has put together a really, really good team. We work really well together. We complement each other in our strengths and our weaknesses, and we find solutions together. So, yeah.
I have to agree.
Thank you.
I have to agree that the superintendent has put a great team together. And you explain things that I can understand. And I think that because of what's going on in Washington, I think businessmen that are running companies are scared to death. They don't know what's going on. You know, he changes tariffs like he changes his clothes for countries. Switzerland, they have like a 79% tariff, and so they brought a bunch of people in from Switzerland to the Oval Office and changed it to 15% once he got his Rolex. So, you know, it's crazy. So, it makes it very difficult for us and for our state to try to figure out how much income we're gonna have because of these tariffs. So, yeah, it's gonna be hard.
But we're gonna do it because you guys are in a really good position.
Yeah.
And you guys have come a long way. When I say you guys, I mean the board. You've come a long way in the last couple of years. You are asking excellent questions. You're diving into things.
Right.
That puts you in, well, it puts you in a position to make a good decision. So,
Right.
Yeah, and to, you know, keep our heads above water. So, at this point, staff recommends, if there are no questions, no further questions, approval of the first interim report.
Well, I think, does anybody else have questions? Liz?
No.
I want to thank you for being so thorough. I think we're in for some waves, and I don't think that any of us have any idea what's going to happen.
No, but we're gonna go into it with our eyes open.
Yeah, for sure.
And together.
Yeah, and together. And that I hope our labor partners understand that we're gonna do the best we can. And that we're only thinking of our kids and for their own harmony at home, our staff. That's our first priorities. We're, you know, that's what we're gonna do, but we're, the waves that we're sitting on are up and down. So, that's how I feel. I don't feel good about finances. I know we're doing the best job we can, but we're in uncharted territory right now.
So
Okay.
you're looking for a motion?
I'm looking for a motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the first interim report as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, so trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Tosi,
Aye.
trustee Rios,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Before we continue, what is our cutoff before we have to make a motion to continue the meeting?
Isn't it 10:30?
I was thinking about that as well.
Yeah.
If it
It's
hasn't
10:30.
changed, then it's 10:30.
Okay.
What do we have
Since
left?
we've got 4 items still left, plus, you know, our
Oh, yeah.
board member report, future agenda, etc. So we
Well,
will
so the
definitely
board-
not make it in the 10 minutes that we
No.
have. So
So
do we
what's the
need to
board's
make a
pleasure?
motion?
Yeah, what's the board's pleasure?
Do we suspect there'll be a lot of discussion on C, D, E, and F, or can we quickly go through and approve those?
I don't see a lot of discussion, do you? On these 4 items, do you see a lot of discussion?
I don't have a lot of discussion.
Trustee Tosi,
I don't.
trustee Rios, trustee Martinez?
I mean, we still have to go through each
Yeah,
one.
why don't we
We have to
start
give
going
Erica
through
the
it?
opportunity to
Yes.
present them.
So how long do you think your presentations will be?
I could do it swiftly if I jump right in right now.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
so
wait, So we need to make a motion that we will go an extra, we'll go after 10:30.
But you have to designate if you're gonna go over, you know, if you're gonna extend it by 15 minutes, or, you know,
May I have a motion that will extend our time by an extra 15 minutes,
if needed.
if needed?
I'll make a motion to extend to 10:45 if needed.
Second.
Okay, trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
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 Okay,
All right. Let's do, discussion and approval of the memorandum of understanding between, HSD and CSEA, chapter 625.
excellent. So item C, which also, this applies to item D, E, and F, was these items were ratified, and we were notified this morning by CSEA. On behalf of CSEA and the district negotiating team, we present these tonight. I get to present these. What this is the creation of a new position in the Hollister School District, and the position is called Registered Behavior Technician. It is to help support behavior in the special education classroom and arena. This will reduce contracted employees because we currently contract them. The goal is to hire from within, and we anticipate that we will need 6 positions to work with the current BCBAs to model behavior strategies for BTs, behavior techs, and paras. Are there any questions?
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so I need a roll call, I need a motion to make to approve the discussion item C.
I make a motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the Hollister School District and the CSEA chapter 625 for the registered behavior technician job classification and description.
Second.
Okay, trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay, number D, discussion and approval of memorandum of understanding MOU between HSD and CSEA 625.
Excellent. So this is very similar to the previous one. This position is a behavior technician. This position would support the paraprofessionals and work with the registered behavior technicians to support the behavior circumstances across the district, and help create a system where we're meeting the needs of students and classroom needs. Again, this is a MOU in addition to the new job description.
How many positions?
I believe, if I remember correctly, up to 15 for this one.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I need a motion to approve D.
I make a motion that we approve the MOU between Hollister School District and CSEA Chapter 1, 625 for the special education behavioral tech, job classification, and job description.
I need a second.
I second that.
Okay, trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toski?
Aye.
Trustee Rios?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. 5-0. Now we're on E, discussion and approval of completion of LEA Med-Cal service logs and memorandum of understanding by CSEA bargaining unit members.
So tonight we had a presentation by Dr. Gutierrez about the the LEA Medi-Cal program and how we as a district benefit with the reimbursements that come with that. Currently, we have some classified staff that fulfill the logs that are associated with this reimbursement to honor the work and the extra workload that they are completing. We have come to this agreement with CSEA to provide a $100 per month stipend to each bargaining unit member that is completing this log that in turn allows us to receive the Medi-Cal reimbursement and support the programs that we talked about earlier in this meeting.
So is it that particular task part of their current job description?
I would say it's above and beyond. It doesn't
Okay.
exist in their job description. We have had staff that have been completing the logs, but it has become, I think, a concern, an area of concern, as we have created new classrooms and there's concentration of students that require some of these services to be logged.
And generally, the logs are done by IAs or?
Right
currently,
now,
or-
we have paraprofessionals, some, not all, and then health clerks, when it comes to classified staff that regularly complete these.
And that's who we're looking at to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Great question.
I just happen to think, so does this also cover our OTs and our mental health, our ERMs, people who are CSEA?
So mental health therapists are classified, occupational therapists are not represented. Mhm.
That's right.
So that would cover.
So our mental health.
Mental health,
therapists
you're right,
As
yes.
well.
Okay, any other questions? I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the completion of LEA Medi-Cal service logs, MOU, by CSEA bargaining unit members.
Need a second?
I'll second.
Okay, let's take a vote. Trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Tosi,
Aye.
trustee Rios,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, F, discussion and approval of memorandum of understanding, MOU with CSEA, chapter 625, emergency medication administration by CSEA bargaining unit members.
Another agreement, we've been busy having collaborative conversations with CSEA. And in this one, what this does is that it aligns district practices with ed code. There's various ed codes that pertain to each one of the medications. What we have done in the past is ask staff to be trained and be on call to administer these types of medications. However, ed code calls for volunteers, so staff need to opt in, be eligible, and be trained, complete the training successfully, and be available to administer these medications. What this MOU does is provide a $50 stipend. The MOU is very specific. It allows the district to have the sole discretion as to who is trained for what medications. This honors the fact that they are stepping up to be, I would say, potentially a life-saving agent by administering this life-saving medication to students and or using the AED.
Do we have any questions? Okay, I need a motion to accept this.
I'll make a motion that we accept the memorandum of understanding between the Hollister School District and CSEA Chapter 625 for the emergency medication administration by CSEA bargaining unit members.
Need a second?
Second.
Okay, trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Tosi,
Aye.
trustee Rios,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, now we go to,
Board member report.
board member reports. Trustee O'Connor?
I had the privilege of going to Mays, and the students were being acknowledged with a special lunch. And I went around the tables and read the certificates that the students were given, and I was quite, it brought tears to my eyes. It was very precious how the teachers had taken the time to write not a sentence, but a paragraph about the children and why they were being honored and what the children's aspirations were. It was precious. Very, very, I wish we did it at every site.
Yeah.
While I was standing there, I had a conversation with Kip, and we were talking about how we have the boost program for classified, we have the nest for the certificated, and we need something for the admin.
Yeah.
And Kip was telling me that he talks to every site administrator almost every day. So he is their boost
boost.
program, which we appreciate. Thank you, Kip.
Yeah. Trustee Toshi?
I served students at Ledley and Arrow Garden a great Thanksgiving lunch. And I also served lunch to May students and teachers last week with Kim. And that was a very nice event. Yes.
In fact, you did a great job with the food, as always.
Yeah. Trustee Neal?
Nothing to report since the intergovernmental meeting got canceled once again.
Trustee Martinez?
Nothing to report.
I was at the, I missed the first lunch, but I did make the second lunch at Mays, and it is, it's a lovely ceremony. And I do agree, I wish all the schools were able to do it, because it is it's a neat activity. It's getting those kids that are in the middle, you know, they're not the A students, and they're not the failures, they're the ones that just really don't get recognized, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Future agenda items, anybody?
You came up with something.
Math.
I don't know. Okay.
There was something, somebody said, good future agenda item.
Wow, we're so tired, we don't know what it was.
That was regarding maybe something by the, like ideas on math, from the math teachers, we were talking about that?
The survey will go out tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, the
The
survey.
Eureka Math survey.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
it
we
will
also
go
wanna
tomorrow.
do a survey, on,
Teacher satisfaction.
teacher, well, yeah, for our staff.
Kind of survey.
Yeah, some kind of a survey for the staff by HR.
But is that part of the, is it Kelvin something?
I don't know.
They ask questions, it's not specific just for staff, but we could explore
But
what Trustee
I think,
Martinez,
yeah, I think
stated.
looking into, like, perhaps, you know, having, Linda talk to Cindy and kind of how they're doing with the consultant
Yes.
and the feedback that they're getting, and, you know, how it's helped them, you
Right.
know. Again, it's to help improve our overall sentiment,
How
you know,
we're
in
doing,
our climate.
yes.
And I think it's important that getting a 360 view of things sometimes is helpful.
We don't want you to reinvent the wheel.
No, and we know, we
This
don't
is
wanna
not
add
to be
more.
extra work.
Right,
No.
it's more work too. And, you know, the fact that, you know, you have even HDLA, you know, looking for support from a consultant, I think when consultants are utilizing that fashion to help improve, you know, your vision, your purpose and whatnot, I think it's money well spent if we're gonna gain, better connections with our folks
Oh,
to
yeah.
help us better serve them and our
Yeah.
students.
Because that's what we need to do. Because if we have a happy staff, we'll have happy kids.
Yes.
So. Okay, announcement reminder?
No?
Just
Well,
happy
how about
holidays.
everybody have a good holiday?
Happy holidays.
Yes.
Yeah,
Everybody
good
enjoys
holidays and,
their family and
everybody stay well.
Yes.
And we're gonna see each
Healthy
other
and
in
safe.
January, yeah. B, I think it's time for the big old, we're out of here. Happy
Need
New
a
Year.
motion to
Oh.
adjourn.
You have to take it away.
I'm sorry.
I need a
we
motion.
I'm so tired. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're out of here.